Okay, good evening, everyone. We are going to call our joint Town Council and Planning Commission meeting of August 16th, 2022 to order. And we will start with our roll call, please.
Council members Zabriskie.
Here.
Klovstad. Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Romack. Nope. Mayor Henderson.
Here.
Planning Commissioners Freeman. Riley. Absent. Vice Chair Tarnay.
Here.
And Chair Gove.
Present.
And, I'm sorry, Dave Pallavi. I missed you.
I'm here.
Thank you. And I do understand that some of our council members and planning commissioners may be just a few minutes late. So we have a quorum, so we can proceed. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, item 3 for tonight. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Before we proceed to item 4.0, which is our general public comment, I do just want to make a couple of quick remarks. As Vice Mayor Romack did last week, I want to start our meeting tonight with a moment of reflection for Kylie Rodney. We all remain hopeful. We encourage our community to carry hope with them. And it is our hope that Kylie comes home to her family. Hope is so necessary for all of us right now as the investigation efforts carry on. In honor of Kylie and her family, we have a light on our front table as you enter chambers this evening. You can see it right back there. And that's our symbol to help guide Kylie home. I'd like to ask you all now to please join me in a moment of silence. And after that, I will ask Chief Renfro to provide a brief update to the community. Please join me in a moment for Kylie and her family. Thank you all for joining me in that. Please carry hope in your hearts for Kylie and her family. With that, Chief, would you please provide an update to our community?
Mayor Henderson, if I may, pardon the interruption, but Commissioner Riley and I spoke just before the meeting, and we wanted to acknowledge Kylie as well, but we also wanted to acknowledge the passing of a valued community member last week, Mr. David Horan. So I just wanted to add that to the moment of silence and let everybody know that we lost a very valuable community member last week, and it's been impactful on all of us. Both of these things have been. So thank you.
Commissioner Grove.
Yes, thank you for that. Good evening, everybody. Danny Renfro, Interim Police Chief. Day 11 of the search for Kylie Rodney. The search continues. Today we had over 102 detectives and investigators working in our area. To date, there's been over just shy of 16,000 personnel hours that have been working for the last 11 days, and we've received just over 1,100 tips. So I encourage everyone to continue to use that tip line. We are still putting the pieces together. We don't have a direction of where she went with search clues, so we need as much information as we can in order to put these pieces together. For those of you that want to help in the search efforts, you can go down to the rec center at the family trailer. That's where the family's stationed there for support. They have a QR code that you can scan in your phone and use our topo maps to where they can track your search efforts and combine those with the search teams as far as covering ground. The car, we're still looking for the car. It's a 2013 silver CRV bearing California license plate 8YUR127. Tips can be submitted anonymously online. The link to that is linktr.ee/Placer Sheriff, or you can visit the Truckee Police Facebook page, and there's the link to the tip there as well. So please, if you do have any information, no matter how little it may be, how insignificant you think it is, we're still trying to put these pieces together, and that might be the piece that breaks this thing loose so we can bring Kylie home. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. We're now going to move on to public comment. This is agenda item 4.0. It's our general public comment. It's an opportunity for any member of the public to provide a comment on an item that is not on the agenda this evening. If you'd like to make a general public comment, you can step up to the podium. It is in the back of the room again tonight with our configuration here. You have 3 minutes. You want to make sure the mic is on, so just make sure that light is on, and please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Council and Commissioners. My name is Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. While we are talking about Truckee 2040 tonight and the draft elements, I wanted to bring up the draft Environmental Impact Report. It was released last week. It's 584 pages, and typically it has a 45-day comment period. I'm respectfully requesting that Council consider a 60-day comment period for the draft EIR. And the reason being that this is complex. This is complex material, it's heavy material, and we're also still in the process of reviewing the draft general plan. And so, if you want your community members, your business owners, and your stakeholders to engage in this process, additional time really is warranted. All of these public hearings or the release of the draft general plan has been all in the busiest time for much of our tourist-based economy and community. And so a 45-day comment period is typical with CEQA, but a 60-day comment period would really not only allow the community to review all 584 pages, not that everybody will, but I know for our organization that additional time would be really helpful, as well as looking at this document through a critical lens since it's a legal document. So that's all I have. Thank you again.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to step up to the podium to make a general public comment this evening? If so, you may do so now.
JD Haas, 101.5 Truckee Tower Radio, homeowner and business owner. And first thing I want to say is, for those listening and watching online and the parents of the youths, and it takes great courage to step up and speak. And it's something that I've had to learn how to do in my life. So thank you so much to all those youths that are speaking with authorities, because it's a very scary time in our community right now with the FBI agents going from door to door and knocking on doors. We opened up last time, so I'm going to ask you, our town council, our commission, our town of Truckee, when you're making decisions for our community, I want you to make decisions out of humanity and community. It's shown that community can be crushed easily. I've asked before, last one, I said, well, do you want to die in Truckee? And I was talking about old age. This time, I ask you, do you want to die in Truckee? But can you afford to die in Truckee? That's the real question. No people, regular, normal people like me who have staked our life are asking, can we afford to die in Truckee? So when we make those decisions towards our general plan, do you really want to live here your whole entire life? And part of the general plan, with the Kylie Rodney bringing it to the forefront, what do you have in the plan for children? What do you have in the plan for our youth? What is there? It's not there. After dark, what do our youth do? So make those decisions too on all levels, please, while you're making decisions for our future. And finally, in closing, if money, property, and prestige is the primary purpose that you're going to make a decision in this room to build this community, it's the wrong decision. It's self-will. It doesn't work. We need to make decisions upon people, and we need to focus on our people. Truckee's a town, and we came here to raise our children in a town by certain values. And Richard here, first thing he told me when I talked to him, he says, yeah, we're a city now. We're a city, and we have city problems. We need infrastructure. And that infrastructure starts right smack dab in the middle with our law enforcement, which we're short on, our streets. But number one, don't forget the primary purpose. And I talked to Dave about this from City Slickers. If you remember Curly, the one thing, people, what is your one thing, town council, at the top of your pyramid? Housing. We need to make that the primary purpose before you build one more thing in this community.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. Would anyone else like to step up to make a general public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we will close public comment for this evening.
Mayor Henderson?
Yes.
Can I ask a question on Alexis's public comment of what would the process be should we wish to extend it to 60 days?
Sure.
Is that
I
a
think that's
council
fair-
decision, or is that something, an action we'd have to take on an actual agenda item?
Well, you are discussing the draft EIR at your meeting next week, so that is something that you could discuss.
Okay.
Next week? And we would be able to take action, I guess, whose action is it to take?
It's yours,
Okay. That's just a council meeting?
council.
Sorry.
It's joint, but
Right.
you all can discuss it and council can decide.
Copy that. Okay, well, I would like to request, even though I will be absent, so I apologize, that at least you all discuss it.
Thank you. I think that was a great question, Councilmember Pallavi. Okay, moving on, approval of our minutes. So item 5.1, this is just approval of the July 19th, 2022 draft Planning Commission and Council minutes. Do I have anyone who wants to pull this item this evening? Anyone from staff? No. Anyone from the public who would like to pull this item tonight? Any of my fellow council members or planning commissioners who want to pull this item tonight? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the July 19th, 2022 draft PC and council minutes? Bless
So
you.
moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, 5.1 passes unanimously. Thank you. And now moving into our staff reports this evening. So this evening, we're going to be reviewing three particular elements: the general plan community character element, economic development element, and the conservation and open space element. And as always, we're going to turn it over to Danielle to tee up some context on your presentation, and also to give us some of the specific areas we'll be talking about before we open up public comment on each of the elements.
Great.
Danielle, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks. And you all should have a copy of it that you got sent by email. So if you want to look at it on your screens, you should have that available. The other screens are far away because we will have some of the text for some of the policies and actions on the screen like we did last time. So we have three elements that we're going over tonight. These are the last three that we'll have as part of this particular joint session. So we'll do a presentation for each of those. The council will have the opportunity to ask questions for each element. The public will also be able to make public comment on each element. So you have three opportunities tonight. And then we're looking for discussion and then some direction for the discussion items that we have for you tonight. But I did want to go over the same thing we've talked about in the past two joint sessions, that this isn't decision-making, this is really a working session. So we did receive a lot of questions from our council and commission prior to the meeting. So we have those posted, and there's a lot of information in there where the staff's response is, we'll look at that, including that in the next draft. The next draft that we're going to produce will be essentially a list of changes based on the discussions that we've had. So those will be part of the September 27th joint session that we're going to schedule to be able to talk about those changes. We are still working through also the public comment that we've received. So we have it all categorized. We have started working on responses to those. They're by element. And there will be some changes that will be proposed in the general plan based on those comments as well. And it will be easy for a community member to track. So if you made a comment, you'll be able to see, was your comment responded to, what that looks like, if it resulted in a change or didn't result in a change. So we hope to have that done in the next 2 to 3 weeks, but it is a lot of work, so we're still working through that. Jumping right into our first element that we're going to review tonight, we have community character. So community character is a unique element for Truckee, and it was included in our 2025 general plan in recognition of our unique environment and our unique sense of community that we have here in Truckee. It's a good element for us to talk about tonight first because it really does set the framework for a lot of the other element discussions that we've had. When we talk about character, it means different things to different people. And so as staff, trying to capture what that means not only included some introductory text, but our experience in kind of working with development, working with community members, our community partners, and forming what that language would look like to be able to accurately reflect that in the general plan. It also builds off the vision statement that's included in the general plan. So we'll be able to talk about that also on the 27th, because I know there was some interest in talking about that as well. But it really is an opportunity for us to highlight who we are as a community, to be able to talk about what that means with our relationship between our natural and built environment, and then also sort of what our spirit is. So with the policies and actions that we've included, we've updated the work that was done in the 2025 general plan. We didn't throw it out because there's a lot of foundational ideals, goals that we had in there that are still relevant. What we did is go through that audit process to make sure that we're capturing new community members that have come in, new expectations that we have as a community, and where we want to be in the future. But as I mentioned, it is an optional element. So it's very unique to us, which is great because we can kind of have full freedom to describe this element however we'd like. The things that became part of the framework when we were talking about it with the General Plan Advisory Committee included our natural environment, our scenic resources. Truckee would not be Truckee if we didn't have a relationship and connection to our natural environment. It really is integral to who we are as a community. And as part of that, what does that look like when we talk about adding development, adding businesses, kind of changing things over time to meet community needs? And it's reflected in our design. We have snow conditions. We have certain aesthetics that don't necessarily match other parts of the state or in the nation that are very unique to us. And so how do we express that for someone who might want to come and modify something that we already have or add something that's new? It's also an opportunity for us to better express and talk about our cultural resources. So that includes everything from our historic resources to our actual cultural resources. So our history beyond just the buildings themselves. And then what came out of this general plan update process was the need to better reflect sort of our arts and culture, that we do have a strong connection with community arts and culture, but our general plan, because of the timing of when it was created, that wasn't an emphasis at the time. We were still grappling with being sort of a tourist destination, trying to distinguish ourselves from being part of Lake Tahoe, and trying to create that image and expectation, where now there's a shift in this general plan to not focus so much on being a tourist destination, but more so about the people that are here contributing to the community and what that means. And as part of that, recognizing that we have a strong arts and culture community and being able to include those policies within the community character element itself. I did read all the public comment, and I summarized the public comment at a very high level, so there's a lot more detail in the public comment, and as I mentioned, we'll be able to respond to those in writing. But just for context in discussing the community character element, we did receive comments from our Public Arts Commission, so this is an advisory commission for the council, and they have some suggestions of additional language changes, so we'll look at those with the next draft. But other things that came up talked about sort of prioritizing our character instead of growth, a discussion about building height and view sheds, looking at sort of what our architecture is and does it still need to talk about or address car-oriented development and the architecture that goes with that. There's some discussion about office space because we had done the market study to kind of figure out what our need is in the community and then how that translates into our architecture and what we look like. And other things that still relate to the context of community, like public restrooms, open space, and other topics. We have one more slide for that. So, and I do appreciate that our previous Commissioner Miller also provided comments, so I'll just recognize that, even though she's not in the commission currently. So she'll keep submitting comments, she said. So some of these are hers. But looking at sort of our scenic corridor standards, our Donner Lake area and height came up again. What are our policies that we would have to consider the impacts of our community in a documentable way? So how are we tracking? So these were just a general overview, like I said, of some of the comments that were raised with this round. And so before we get into the public comment, we'll go over sort of the questions that I prepared tonight. And as I mentioned, we had a lot of questions from the council and commission. And so part of what I do in preparing for this presentation is read all the public comment, read all the questions again as we've answered them, and look for common themes. This doesn't mean that these are the only things that are important to the community, the commission, or the council. This is topics that are helpful for staff to have some clarification, in addition to all the work that you've already done that we'll address in the next draft. So for tonight's questions, we have 5 total for community character. The first one is protection of views versus new land use opportunities. What is the order of priority and what are we willing to give up? So we'll get into some dialogue about that. We have, should there be a priority between riverfront revitalization and historic character protection? We have a policy specific to Gateway that we'll explore. So the policy is community character 8B, which says Gateway feature, exploration placement of a central gateway feature at major entrances to both ends of Donner Pass Road. Do we want to keep this in the general plan and address gateway signs and features in the community? And then should the 2040 general plan include future actions specific to street trees, streetscape planning, and protected bike lanes? And then the last one I included was about Brockway Road because we had some questions raised sort of about the character. So are we accurate in how we're describing the Brockway Road character? So those are the ones that I consolidated for community character discussion.
Okay. Thank you so much, Danielle. So we'll move into any clarifying questions that commissioners or council members have. Go right into public comment on this element and then come back for our discussion after we've had an opportunity to hear that public comment on this specific element. And I will just know, I want to thank staff because when you say a lot of questions, you received over 200 questions just from us. That doesn't include the public comment and public questions. And staff has already put dozens of hours into responding to those questions for all of us this evening. So thank you. I know it was a particularly large lift for tonight.
Can I real quick ask, is that document available to the public? Our questions and the answers?
It should be in the public.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it got posted earlier today, right after it was published.
And were the previous ones posted? Because I had somebody ask about the last meetings and I don't know. Okay.
I would have to go back and look, I'm not sure.
Okay.
So it sounds like we'll double check and ensure that all of the questions from commissioners and council members are getting uploaded so that the public sees them as well. Great.
Did we address the concerns about the process that came up from the last meeting, which might have been a Brown Act violation?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Go
Danielle
ahead.
sent out an email to the commissioners and the council asking that you send your questions directly to me.
Got it.
And then we're putting them into a document to send out. The questions are posted for today's meeting in the public comment forum and available for the public.
Commissioner Riley.
Will there be time to explore other comments and thoughts and questions other than what Danielle prepared this evening?
Yeah, I think as always, let's move into any clarifying questions, outstanding questions, anything like that that you have or want to raise. And then we'll go to public comment and come back for sort of that discussion and deliberation. Okay, so with that, why don't we, it sounds like there might be some clarifying questions on this side. Do we want to start over here? Commissioner Freeman, do you have any outstanding questions?
I do not have any outstanding questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Riley?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Tarnay?
I don't know. I would love to hear everyone's questions and all the answers, but I don't know right now.
Okay, well, we can always circle back.
Okay.
Chair Gove?
I don't have any questions at this time, outstanding or blasé.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Pallavi?
All my questions have also been asked before the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Zabriskie, or excuse me, Councilmember Zabriskie?
All the questions I posed were answered to one extent or the other, but there were many questions directed at a lack of clarity, and boy, that's on scores of topics, and I can understand the lack of clarity, and I'm certainly not prepared to go through them one by one tonight.
Okay.
Till the sun comes up in the morning.
Okay. Councilmember Klofstad?
Are you referring to just like, is this incentivize or mandate, those types of questions? Because I feel like that's the...
It's things like, we want to keep Truckee authentic.
Eclectic.
Or we want to have a program to make the economy better.
I agree that there are policies that were vague.
And I'm saying this without being critical. I'm saying these are hard things to resolve.
I think it's a really good point, though, and it's something that we've talked about previously, and this isn't the only opportunity to continue to provide that input. So I think even if you have specific language, I know I had some questions about, when we say this should be discouraged, what do we actually mean? Is it going to be enforced, for example? What does that actually look like? So we should all, and the public should all, continue to submit our comments regarding questions or language changes or modifications that we would like to you as we go through this process.
Yeah. With that, I have no further questions.
Okay?
Can I ask just a general question about the process?
Sure.
Okay. According to California state law, when does this need to be addressed? Like, when do we need to have our general plan for 2040 done, signed off on, prior to the expiry of the 2025 plan?
There is no statute of limitations, so to speak, only for the housing element, which we're compliant. So there's guidance from OPR that you update your general plan every 10 years.
But it's not binding, and regardless of any expiration date in a general plan, the general plan doesn't expire, except for the housing element.
So we have a 2025 general plan that's in place, and nobody's got a gun to our head saying this has to be done this fall.
Other than council.
And why is that?
Because we've been working on it for 4 years.
Well, so great. You've been working at it for 4 years. Thank you very much. That's awesome. We've got a lot of community feedback that it's being rushed, and this process is too fast. And yes, Susie, we'll get to you in a second. Thank you.
I don't want to forget. I'm just
Okay, well, write it down. I just want to, for clarification, like, you guys are pushing this, and we're getting feedback from the community that it's going too fast, and even feedback from Councilman Zabriskie that there's too much to go through in one night. So I feel like this process is rushed, and I just want to put that out there. Vice Chair Tarnay, did you have something you wanted to add?
Before we go there, I do want to be able to circle and let everyone have an opportunity for their clarifying questions. And I do want to make sure Vice Mayor Romack gets that.
Great.
So let's turn to Vice Mayor Romack so you have that opportunity since everyone else has, and we can come back to this briefly. But I will say, sort of in advance of that, yes, council's goal is to adopt it this December. We can talk about why that is a little bit more. With that, Vice Mayor Romack, we've all had an opportunity for clarifying questions. Would you like to weigh in on any that you might have?
I do not have any questions, and I apologize for being late, everybody. I was at the Martis Trail grand opening celebration, so
Thank you for
also
going to
being
that.
there. Yes, so I apologize.
Okay, so Commissioner Tarnay, did you want to weigh in on this same topic, or would you like to hear council's rationale for why we are targeting December of this year?
I just want to, can I say, it's one sentence?
Yeah.
That one of the reasons that we're hurrying it is so that we could have a climate action plan in process, so that we can have policy in order to adapt to a changing climate. That's one of the reasons that we have been hurrying this process.
So if we take a little bit longer, we can't have that?
No, we get more and more development that happens in the meantime that does not comply with our goals of moving forward to a climate neutral, whatever.
I didn't hear your last part, moving forward to, and I'll just remind us all, we only have a couple mics spread out, so just.
Oh, and I tried to say carbon neutral, and I said climate neutral, but moving towards a carbon neutral society or whatever, anyway.
Thank you for clarifying, that's great. So I'm actually, I have some thoughts on this, but I have only been up here for the past, almost 2 years, and this started many years before that, with council members Klovstad and Pallavi on the council at that time. So if you would like to provide any thoughts, just for everyone to hear on why we are targeting December 2022 for adoption of our general plan, I would love to open it up to you.
You want me to start? I mean, I would simply say, I'm not going to be satisfied with a document that I don't feel satisfies the needs of the majority of the community, first and foremost. I think that's what all of our jobs are here to do. And, I think rush something through is a slightly maybe disingenuous term or not accurate term, because we've had opportunities. Some people feel heard, some people don't feel heard, some people got things that they wanted in, some people have been saying things that didn't get in right at this point. Perfection is obviously ideal, but with a body of 10 decision makers and a community of 17,000 people, you're not going to please everybody, and not every document is going to be perfect, and not every decision we make, whether you guys make it or we make it, is ever a perfect decision. And so, to me, this is an effort in getting as absolutely close to what we hear from the community on a fairly regular basis, and reflecting that in a goals and policies and action document that can be both followed but also amended and edited as the next 20 years go through. So I don't look at it as a set in stone document that's going to be adhered to the letter and to the dot for the next 25 years. I keep meaning to ask this in my formal comments, but I've said it anecdotally, how many general plan and zoning amendments have we gone through since the 2025 general plan? And I know just in my tenure, it's probably above 100 between 2 years on the planning commission and 4 years on council. So I look at it as a guiding principle. I don't look at it as a set in stone type of document. And, honestly, staff just got done telling us, at least in our emails, they spent 30 hours just in the last 20, must have been more than 24, well, it's cumulative 30, I guess. In the last 24 hours, they spent a cumulative across staff time of 30 hours. So at some point, studies get in the way of progress, studies get in the way of action, and at some point we have to say, you know what? I didn't get this document is I'm comfortable with about 85% of it. And if I can get myself there, then we can take our staff time and we can start doing the thousands of action items and policies that are actually contained in this document, in addition to all of the other work that's happening in our community as well. So, to me, it's sort of like a balance of planning and labor and resources that we invest on the front end, and then it's also a balance of how do we actually execute. And I asked myself the question, while we're shooting for December because everybody needs a deadline, what more would we accomplish through an extended timeline? What is it? If somebody could give me hey, this element, and I'll be one to say it, the economic development element, I've got plenty of comments on that one, right? But, what are we going to do for another 6 months or 12 months? Are we just going to have the same conversations? And if we are, is that productive? Is that the best use of our time or not? So having a deadline to me gives us an end game and allows us to move forward and gets people to show up in the room. Thank you. This is the most public we've had. Guess what? People show up when deadlines are in front of their faces. That's every time we have a hearing that's important, they show up. Every time we talk about a study, nobody could care less. So guess what? We put a deadline on it. People showed up. Now we get to hear it. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. I want to turn to Councilmember Klostad if you have any thoughts on it. And then, because this isn't actually an agenda topic for us this evening, I think that the comments will be noted correctly, and we'll have the opportunity to move on to our elements. Councilmember Klostad.
I honestly don't have much to add to that. I agree with it. And the fact that it's really focused on, there are action items in here that we want to deploy. We want our community to benefit from. And the longer we wait to adopt this, the longer that is delayed. And one of the most important ones, to me, is the Climate Action Plan, because that really does drive a lot of what's happening in these separate elements. And then just lastly, I'll remind everybody that many of these elements, like the land use element, or the housing element, and the Climate Action Plan, and I think at least one more, has some interim updates. So it's not like this is it for 20 years. We have opportunities to do updates to these over the next 20 years at intervals that we still are discussing. And I think then we also have the development code that needs to be updated in order to implement these policies. And that is really where the rubber meets the road. And we can't do that step until we get through this one. So it's important to me that we finish this and we get going on the next step, because it isn't until we get to that next step that our community starts benefiting by these decisions.
Thank you. I think very well said. And just again, because this isn't actually an agendized topic, I think it was important to have a little bit of conversation, but we should move on from it. So with that, we're going to move right into, so we got through clarifying questions. We're going to move into public comment for this particular element. We will have an opportunity for public comment on the subsequent elements when we get to them. So with that, I'm going to open public comment. You can step up to the podium right back here. Again, for folks who just walked in, you can have up to 3 minutes. You should make sure the mic is on by seeing a little red light up there. Please state your name for the record. And if folks want to queue up over there along the back wall, if you have public comments on this, you may do so now.
JD Audible 1.5, Truckee Car Radio, homeowner, business owner. Historical accuracy, this is a problem. I own a building that was built in. Historical accuracy, this is a situation. I bought a building, I know for a fact it was around during President McKinley's time, because in 1898 the newspapers are in the walls. So I have tried on multiple levels for somebody to go back and do the historical accuracy of it, all the way from the Historic Society down to Clampus, Vitus, both chapters. Nothing's done with that. So this is a challenge as a business owner with a 148-year-old building that survived the fire on West River Street. Secondly, we arm wrestled about this. Mayor Henderson?
Oh no.
You and me arm wrestled about the, what would you call it, the character of the community and these flowers at the roundabout. And it's not just the roundabout, and it's not just the flowers. It's about what message are we sending do elements like that fit our community? You opened up with the welcome to Truckee image, and if someone wants to put that back up on the opening screen, to me, looking at the welcome to Truckee image from the very opening page that you had here, who are we actually marketing to come to this community? It's very cartoonish. If you take that, it's like there you go, the one in the middle. Looks like an amusement park. I can't tell if that's a water park on the bottom or what, that's snow and a train. But let's take that to our actual logo. Who are we actually trying to attract to our community? And what are those things? And what are the people that we want to come to this community? And what is the image that we're presenting to them so when they get here, they take care of our community? From trash to fire to our way of life, because our way of life is special, in my opinion. So the overall view of it, to me, just seems, and I'm glad you're here, Lindsay, because you've been down this road before. I've sat there with you, and we've had discussions of this. So what is it that we are attracting to our community? Because it's not been very good, folks. We're attracting things to this community that we don't have the resources to handle on all levels. So with that, take that into your accounts when you're making your plan for the next 15 years. And if you're watching and you're not here and you're complaining, if you don't show up, you won't have a word to say for 15 more years.
Who won the arm wrestling?
It was a tie.
We called it a standoff.
We're going to do it again until the flowers come down.
Good evening, Council and Commission. My name is Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Community character, when you think about character, I think Truckee says that. We did a mixer last week to do outreach to members to get them involved in the general plan, and I asked people at our mixer, roughly 55 people, what does character mean to you? The most common response was small town, right? Gable form, historic community, seeing the mountain vistas, preserving our trees, preserving our wetlands. That's mountain character. That's community character. It's fun. It's funky. It's the blue building next to the red building, right? Like, it doesn't necessarily match, but it's different. It's unique. And I know for me, when I moved to this community 18 years ago, I remember thinking, I love it here because it doesn't look like some other community. And I think that our character element is the only thing that really allows us to express ourselves and say, we don't want to be anywhere USA. We don't need to be an urban Truckee to still satisfy the goals and the needs and the priorities and the values, right? We can still provide local workforce housing without destroying our character area. We don't have to put 5-story buildings all the way down Donner Pass Road just to accommodate growth. And so, we have provided some specific comments on goals, policies, and actions, but I think the way that Council and Commission started this tonight is exactly how many of us feel. It's vague. We have these big goals that are aspirational. And then we've got some policies, but we don't necessarily have defined actions on how we're going to get there. And so if we want to preserve character, then we need to limit building heights. If we want to preserve character, then we need to have compatible land uses. Building on steep slopes next to the highway. First off, our general plan says we don't have freeway-orientated development. So let's not do that. Let's actually honor our scenic corridors. So, I know that this is the element that we have the blessing of our community to have, and it's not required, but let's also make this element really do what we want it to do, which is to preserve that character. And I think we all have a view of what character means to us, but I also think that the 2040 plan needs to preserve that character and not say, let's sacrifice the uniqueness of Truckee just to develop. So thank you again for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, Town Council members, Planning Commissioners, and staff. My name is Sophia Heydrich with Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on these three very important elements. I think particularly community character is critically important to this community, and that's why it is an element in this draft Truckee 2040 general plan. I think the main point that I would like to make tonight is that the overall amount of density and development capacity that is proposed in this general plan really is not consistent with a lot of the elements of the community character that people here really love, particularly because there's a lot of density and development potential that is proposed without mitigating for those associated impacts related to traffic and to parking and to greenhouse gas emissions, and to emergency egress. That's a huge one. The community loves that Truckee is a small mountain town, and it provides great open space access and access to recreational opportunities and scenic mountain vistas. And I think that there is a lot that's in this plan that's fantastic, and also a lot that's in this plan that really opens up the opportunity to change the community character that people love. And those are the pieces that I guess I take issue with. Some specific comments are that there should be height requirements along Donner Pass Road in the Gateway District and near Donner Lake to ensure that new building heights are complementary with and consistent with existing building heights. You know, we don't need 5-story developments next to 2-story developments. It looks weird. It doesn't go with the feeling and the vibe that this community really loves and wants. Additionally, there should be better protections for hillsides and ridges, again, ensuring that our scenic view sheds are maintained. That is so critically important to this community. Finally, we should not be reducing buffers in our scenic corridors. Those were established for a reason. They're there because they're scenic corridors. That really is the introduction that people have to our community. That's the first thing that visitors see. Do we want the first thing the visitors see to be some gigantic mixed-use development? No, we want them to know, hey, we're a mountain town, and these are the views that we love and that we know, and this is the character that we want to protect. And so I think that those scenic corridor buffers are just critically important and really need to be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bert Guerra, and I've been a resident of Truckee for some 25 years now. In the mountains for 10 years prior to that, so I've been in mountain communities for quite a while.
Can you I apologize for interrupting you. Just speak into that mic a little bit more.
Okay, I'll try. I pretty much would just echo the comments that have made by the map presenters in 101.5 and some of the others. Maintaining community character as a small town mountain community, if we can do that, that would be fantastic. It looks like we're losing that, and I hope we don't. When I first moved to Truckee 25 years ago, I felt like I died and went to heaven. I love this community. It's perfect. It's where I want to live. Other than that, I will only comment that my wife is a business owner in the downtown strip, and she has a heck of a time keeping employees, people who can afford to live here. Employees are coming up from Reno now. And that's a tough place to be, because if we can do anything about affordable housing, employee housing requirements when we approve housing developments, there should be some percentage that's required for low income, middle income, so that people can afford to live here. And that's all I have to say. And I appreciate your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make a public comment on this particular element tonight? Okay. Seeing none, we will move into our discussion. Danielle, do you want to sort of reorient us to protection of views versus new land opportunities? And I know we have a couple specific items related to this that we're going to talk through.
We do. So this came up in some of the questions that we had and public comment. So I think it's great that we heard that public comment again, that view sheds is a hard thing to kind of define when you're looking at a development project. We have height standards, we have setbacks, we have things like that, but we don't have, other than kind of hillside development protection, ridgeline protection, things like that. We don't have anything specific that says you have to do a viewshed study or that your height has to have some sort of relationship to the viewshed. And so what I did is kind of took that comment, looked at what we had already in the community character element specific to kind of our views. So this related to Donner Lake, related to Gateway, specifically what we had already included in the draft, and the public comment that we had about height and sort of that relationship too. And it did seem like an important topic because when we talk about character, our view sheds, our kind of vistas, our scenic resources, all of that is part of our character and so ingrained that if we need to reevaluate that in the general plan, we as the staff want to make sure that we're capturing that and coming up with whether it's future standards in the development code or if we're going to have objective language in the general plan that we address that. So I think this is a question of if we're looking at development projects that come in and we want to protect views, but we have these priorities for whether it's affordable housing or other commercial development, whatever it is, where is that language that gives us the tools we need to be able to have those discussions as part of that review? And right now it's not that explicit. Like I said, that the development code doesn't really have language specific to viewshed protection. And so I kind of wrote it in here as what are we willing to give up? It's not so much that's kind of the question that was raised, but we do have to look at how to prioritize what's important, which is a helpful tool for the Planning Commission in doing project review, for developers knowing when they come in what the expectations are, and ultimately how we ensure that new projects or redevelopment of existing sites do embrace Truckee's character. And I think the viewshed part of it is just something that we haven't focused on.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful, a helpful way to tee it up. So with that, let's go into, any questions that we have about this or just comments that you want to make, opinions that you want, to weigh in. Commissioner Gove, I will start with you, if you would, sir.
Yeah, I'm here.
Making sure you're there.
Yeah, still breathing. Still have a 14-month-old baby at home. And I'm okay with questions right now.
Okay. Commissioner Tarnay, thoughts?
Yeah, is this?
It's not just questions, sorry.
Is it discussion as well?
Yes,
Okay.
we're in discussion.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Such great comments. I love that you guys are all here. And I love that hopefully you'll start seeing some of the challenges here. So we have people saying, we don't want more stories, but we do want affordable housing. And housing is at the top of the pyramid, says JD. So the tough thing is that the denser it is and the more stories, it allows affordability. It doesn't require it, but it allows affordability. So it's a tough toss-up. I mean, I don't know how you do this. So there's just a dichotomy there of density, affordability, and then more stories. I will say one thing that I thought about as I was walking along the streets in the neighborhood and in town is that a lot of these places, we have cleared the trees to put what's there now. And if we hadn't cleared those trees to put what's there now, you wouldn't have a view of that ridge. You would have a view of trees. Our trees are hundreds of feet tall. I don't know how tall they are, but they're 50, 60 feet tall. So this view is sort of an artificial structure of how we've made our town. It wouldn't be there if the town wasn't there because there'd be trees blocking that. So again, just they're tough questions, but I still think that housing is at the top of that pyramid. I think that if we need to give up some of that view of that ridge in order to be able to house our workforce, I think that we do that and we have that dense so that then you can go over to the river and then you can get the view from there. You can walk over, you can ride your bike over. And you guys know how I feel about trees. I love them. And I understand you don't want to look over at a big, tall, ugly building, and that's why I would really like us to have street trees between the sidewalk and the road, so that when you look over from your car, you see some beautiful trees and not the building. So that's all I have about protection of views. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tarnay. Commissioner Riley.
Can you put the question back up there so I can reference it? Thank you. I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate everything that was shared tonight, as well as the online comments, as well as the comments that have been referential to this issue since the beginning of this process. I do have one question. I'm not sure if you can answer it, maybe Danielle, maybe Jen. I keep coming back to the preferred land use alternatives that the town council voted on as really being kind of the crux of where my heartburn is in terms of the impacts, the GHG impacts, the market rate housing, not going to serve the locals 15%, and we're increasing density without any benefit, increased traffic, hospital master plan dominating the area from, I think it's the Gateway East building all the way to the Villager. Not sure that's even going to be much housing for anyone, much less locals, if it's going to be focused on the hospital. So I kind of want to go back to the starting point of where I have so much anxiety about our ability to even address any of these beautiful goals, beautiful policies, great action items, because it's all irrelevant if we're just, accelerating growth to this incredible and, in my opinion, unneeded level. Can we make changes still to the land use alternatives, or is that set in stone?
I think that's kind of a council question.
Okay.
So we can. Any change that we make to the land use diagram, for example, could have implications in the EIR. So that would be something, it would depend on what it is.
Yeah.
If you were reducing density, for example, then you've already created sort of the worst case scenario in the EIR. If you were trying to add, then we would have to go back and reassess the impacts for that. So it just depends on ultimately what we're talking about.
Okay, so it is still on the table, and perhaps with continued dialogue and an assessment of the impacts that are tied to those decisions, maybe we can reverse some of those decisions. Primarily with regards to this question, I'm looking at Donner Pass Road, I'm looking at Donner Lake. Donner Pass Road, 5-story buildings, density we don't have elsewhere. Topography, Donner Pass Road, I don't know if everyone in this room is familiar with the topography on Donner Pass Road, but there's a really steep hillside that goes all the way from kind of the north edge of the road all the way up to the hillside, up to, I think it's Coyote Moon. And so any development's going to require significant impacts to the topography. We've seen the hospital's development, Gateway East development. Carving into that hillside requires a lot of rock work, a lot of retention. It's not going to be without impact. So to me, that's an impact to our hillside, our scenic corridor, our resources, wildlife corridors, a lot of wildlife activity, utilizing that hillside going across the street to the McIver Dairy, Upper McIver as well. These are all things I think we want to be sensitive to. My viewpoint is it's all interrelated. I kind of take issue with what Susie said. I don't think we have to forsake the character of our town and our scenic resources to build housing. I look at the rail yard, big, flat, open. We got the artist loft, 77 units. Didn't really impact anything except for some people think it's really ugly. I don't think it's that bad. The hilltop, again, it's all redevelopment land. We don't have to really impact anything. So I kind of bring that conversation back to where we were during the land use alternatives conversation of starting with what we've already identified as priority sites, sites that we've already identified as important to our community, our downtown, which we reference a lot in these documents as being the core, the heart and soul of our community. So I actually think we can address our housing needs, especially if we make it locals housing and not just market rate focused for the people who are going to come here and pay top dollar, and we don't have to impact our resources. So My other point is Donner Lake, again, we pushed the acceleration button on the development without really a benefit to the community, a benefit financially, but taller buildings than normal there, without a real understanding of what we're getting in return. I'm concerned about the impacts to Donner Lake on many levels, not just view shed, but also traffic, GHG, the capacity to increase the use of that site. And I highly support addressing our development code to make even more rigorous policies that will protect our resources, because once they're gone, they're gone. I know that was a lot, but there's a lot on the table.
That's why we're here, yeah. Commissioner Freeman.
Yeah, I mean, the way this question is posed is interesting. You know, it's new land use opportunities versus, you know, what do we have to give up? What are the sacrifices? I think there's significant existing land use opportunities throughout town, like Nikki mentioned, between Hilltop and Joger and Soaring Ranch, that are going to be developed someday, that I think with collaboration with developers early on, we can get the kind of products that we want to see that are both meet the housing needs for our locals and also get us aesthetically pleasing developments. And so I think that is one thing I would think of, putting that hat on as well as a developer. How do we work with the town? How does the town work with developers so that there can be collaboration early on and get the right products built that we're all going to be proud of and feel good driving by for the next 50 plus years.
And I'll weigh in at this point, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Yeah, no, good points brought up there, Dan. Looking at policy 3.1, high quality design, and pointed up against this question, what are we willing to give up? I don't think that you need to give up one or the other. I think that, site-specific analysis of, topography, whether it's hillside, whether it's flat, and then taking a look at angle of incidence as it regards to, the view corridors, we should be able to take a look at individual sites on a one-by-one basis and find a compromise for both of these things. And then also, just to weigh in real quick on one of the things that you mentioned, locals housing. There's a lot of discussion in communities all over the state about trying to do local workforce housing, and unfortunately, and I think we brought this up in a previous meeting, we border on discrimination by saying we're only going to house locals, right? So as somebody that sells real estate professionally, like, I cannot say, well, I can't sell this property to you because you're not a local. So it's a fine line.
So I've heard that, but I'm also hearing these policies that the town has implemented, the below market rental program. I don't think we're doing that for people who don't live here, as well as Placer County granting money to people to rent to locals.
One distinction would be that those programs are voluntary, whereas zoning is compulsory. It's difficult to enact zoning rules that intend to bar people who don't already live here from living here or moving here. So kind of locals only zoning, although it's a popular idea, is probably not something we can actually do.
There's no requirement for employment. You can't have an employment requirement.
No.
It's not done in any community.
Not that I'm aware of.
For zoning.
You might ask counsel
For zoning.
a question
You
on
can
this
do it
topic.
for rental requirements.
Not if it's a zoning-based requirement, and I don't think the town could adopt an ordinance requiring operators of rentals to treat local applicants differently from anybody else.
But we do already, don't we?
No, we don't.
The artist office has a prioritization.
What about Coburn?
That goes to my question. Are we drawing a distinction between local and workforce, or are we treating those as synonymous under whatever?
They're
law?
not exactly
They're not
synonymous.
zoning designations. They're programs that have been overlaid upon whether it was a development agreement or whatever case may be. So yeah, you can do things through that, but not through the lens of zoning, which is what Andy's commenting on. So we can't just say.
So we could do overlays like we had requested.
You can do density bonus overlays. Those exist from the state.
We couldn't do a zoning overlay that's somehow locals only.
Couldn't say these units are for the workforce.
No, not in a zoning-based way.
But through a development agreement, you can achieve all of that.
In terms of, like, we would give you increased density if you rent to people who work here.
Potentially. I'm not prepared to say categorically that we can always do that.
We have a project, I think, tonight that has implemented that or is planning to.
If a developer decides to do that on their own, that's fine. The risk is theirs, and it's not something the town is requiring. The town requiring that would be a very different kettle of fish.
Well, and that specific project, that's not helping, was done through an alternative equivalent proposal, which is in our code, but there have to be a series of findings made in order to approve that. So it's not a zoning-based mandate, it's something that they elected to pursue.
Okay.
And can I throw one more thing out there?
Let me come over to this side first, and then we'll kind of circle back. Again, I just want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to weigh in on this policy component. Councilmember Pallavi, do you have any thoughts you'd like to share on the items on the screen this evening?
Yeah, I agree with most of what Commissioners Freeman and Riley kind of already said, which is, to me, this is a prioritization exercise. So if we're going to be prioritizing things, the priority should be in the plan developments that already have the agreed upon zoning designations and everything like that. I think through the land use alternatives, I personally was maybe just slightly more on the less dense side of that decision making. We ended up where we ended up, but to me, that is sort of the crux, is we have the opportunity, we have the zoning, we have flat open spaces that aren't going to have view shed impacts because we've already done all of this work at the rail yard, at Hilltop, at Jorger, at Coldstream. We've got it all, right? And now we're sort of getting stuck in this whole like Donner Pass Road corridor, and the density is, and the FAR's in there. And I think the FARs are too high. I think the zoning is too high because we are going to end up with prioritization questions, exactly what's on our screen. So I also had some traffic and other infrastructure comments too, and to me, that's always what goes into the deliberation of any of these projects, is how are we going to balance the infrastructure improvements necessary, scenic issues that are being impacted in order to achieve the best possible mix and actually a marketable, buildable project. I think that's more of our issue at this point as well. So, to me, I solve this problem by really going to, let's focus on the plan developments first and let's take these other pieces second. That is how I would suggest a prioritization.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Danielle, what's the height limit on the north side in downtown, not downtown, but the gateway area?
50 feet or 3.5 stories.
Okay.
That's
So I think that's a really good clarification, just for everyone listening. We never talked about moving to 5 stories. That was never on the table. It's exactly what Danielle just said. And with the 3.5 stories or up to 50 feet, we also talked about setbacks after the second story to preserve view corridors. Danielle, can you confirm that?
Yeah, I think some of the public comment that I've heard, though, has been more specific to housing projects, where if they're using density bonus, they can ask for up to 3 additional stories, depending on the level of affordability that they're proposing, which is at the high end. Like if you're proposing a 100% affordable project and you want additional height and additional stories, you can request that.
And the council has discretion, or the planning commission has discretion to deny going
Very
above
little.
3 stories?
Very little.
So theoretically, we could have 6 stories with a density bonus and have little discretion to prevent it?
100% affordable.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to have essentially a 100% affordable project. So the likelihood of someone proposing that, especially if the town's not contributing any sort of funding, those tend to be the tax credit projects. It's less likely that we would see those, but I know that question has come up, so I just wanted to put that out there.
What about step back and setback requirements? Would those still be imposed?
Right, this is where the objective design standards become really important. And so UMI's been working really hard on what those can look like for multifamily projects so that we can incorporate those into the general plan. The timing of it may not totally align where we'll have all of them finished and be able to package with the adoption, but they're in process.
Okay, so theoretically, a completely affordable project, low-income tax credit housing, complete project could come in and say, we need to build 6 stories in order to get this and we want it, and they can get it regardless of the 50-foot height restriction as well. Okay. Okay, I want to go back on the
I'm going to keep us on track. So again, everyone has an opportunity, and then we'll circle back to folks who have already had an opportunity.
Okay, I want to put the item that we're discussing in context. I was on the Community Character Subcommittee. We met regularly with Jenna 3 or 4 times. There were about, I think, 8 of us on the committee, and we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what does community character mean. And what I got out of it, first of all, I was trying to decide, are we talking about humans or are we talking about the built environment? So it's, for me, and what I expressed to the fellow members was, I'm looking at the humans first. I'm thinking of community character in terms of people. I imagine what people in Truckee are like, and it was easy to say we're hardy people just because of the winters, and certainly the history of our community required that people be hardy, and then caring, welcoming, and having a great love of nature. Those are common historical features I see in our human community, and physically active and involved in the community, and it all fits in with our environment because we have a fairly harsh winter environment. And then what do we aspire to? Small mountain town feel, we've heard a lot. Sense of community, human scale development. That's part of that sense of community. Not being overwhelmed by structures. Then caring, welcoming, and socio-economically integrated, because the doctors and the lawyers used to live next door to the woodcutters and the plumbers and the domestics. Now I'm stuck with the way we are now. We're either a resort community or an authentic community, and for me, you can't have both. I have a real hard problem thinking of a resort community as being authentic, because by its nature, you're selling something to visitors as a resort community. So I'd look at Tahoe Prosperity Center that's saying they need to go to economic diversification just to protect their economy because of COVID and smoke and the risk of wildfires. I feel the same way about our community. Now, when I look at this question in the context of all of those, my concern is, first of all, workforce, providing workforce housing. And I don't want to give up our view sheds in order to do that, but I think we can have our cake and eat it too, along the lines of what Commissioner Gove said. It's about taking a look at each project one by one, whether what you say the angle of inclination or something. You look at just what that project's going to be. You have the setbacks, you have it stepped back, and I don't think it's either or. Until I heard from Danielle on what the law provides, I thought we could limit the height and size and push these things back against the hillside. That's why we said on the north side of Donner, we're going to allow higher density, because we can put those structures against the mountain, which we can do. And so just, that's a common feature. You see that a lot of places. Down in Kings Beach, there's a new housing project that's against the hills. You go around the curve, it looks fine because it's not sticking out on a ridgeline. So anyway, I'll wrap up. I think we can preserve the views and still have higher density housing on the north side. Let me conclude. What the council approved for the north side of Tahoe, for the north side of Donner Pass Road is not what our consultant came back with a month later. We approved one number, and the consultant came back a month later and said, actually, we approved much more because they changed their assumption on how much housing we'd get out of mixed use. ultimately, I'm sitting here trying to think what workforce housing works, because what we approved was mixed-use housing, which was economically the worst model for getting housing on the north side. Oh, one more thing. I don't think in terms of higher density creating more traffic. I think of higher density creating more public transportation. So I see that as a little bit of a red herring. That's the best I can do on that. Did I go for my time?
And you're up.
I won't take as long next time.
No, it was perfect. Councilmember Klofstad.
Danielle, I have a quick question with these. So far with all the development agreements I've seen approved that include more than just the standard 15% affordable housing, they end up needing some sort of support from the town, whether it's a loan or some infrastructure improvements, or like we just did a couple of meetings ago, providing a letter of support for them to get state funding. Is that the case in all of them, or is it just because that's what I've been exposed to?
Are you talking about like a tax credit project, more specifically?
Yeah. That would allow that higher density, that 100%.
Yeah, I from what I've experienced, I don't think it's feasible to do a tax credit project without local funding that includes the local jurisdiction. The Artist Lofts, I think by the end of it, had 30 different funding sources that they used to pull together to build their project. So it's pretty difficult. One of the point systems that you have in there also shows that you have matching funds and contributed funds from the local jurisdiction. So I do think it's highly unlikely that you would have a project come in that would be able to find the funding that didn't involve funding from the town, which is partly why we talked about doing this other overlay as the incentive. So to Andy's point, we can offer as an incentive a different option. So it's sort of a town version of a density bonus program where we take our funding and we try and match that to the product types, to the housing types and the affordability that the community needs. So if that's workforce specific, we identify what those affordability ranges are, and we have that as part of that program that we have yet to create. But that's why we included that as a future action, because we felt like we could compete better with the state density bonus program than what they're offering.
And then that clearly would allow us much more interface and coordination on what that project actually looks like, its density, its height, its setbacks, all of that stuff, much more control. And then in the case where they just want to come in and do 100% affordable and they get 100% bonus, density bonus, that's really not a path forward without our support.
I think it'd be very, very difficult. Yeah.
So I see that as a lever to mitigate or moderate that potential outcome that we're hearing is a very significant concern. So given that, I will just jump right to this because I think there's been a lot of great comment here that I've enjoyed and I appreciated, but I really think one of our greatest resources, well, to me, our two greatest resources are our historic downtown and Donner Lake, and I really want to protect those. So CC 1.10, I would say, if we were going to prioritize these, that would be my top priority. And I think if we have levers like we just talked about, CC 8.6 becomes less scary to me. And I think that we can manage that and moderate that. So that's where I land with this.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Romack.
Yeah, I appreciate a lot of these comments. A lot of them I agree with, and I think, a few folks have said, I don't think it should be an either or. Our views and nature is part of our town character. So I don't think anybody is advocating we should say, doesn't matter your view at all, we're building X amount of stories and too bad. I think that should always be part of an aspect of a project. I did like the ideas from Commissioner Riley and Freeman and Councilmember Pallavi about, there are some areas that are, ripe for development that would make sense, on Hilltop and things like that. So helping prioritize those, I think that's a great idea. I also agree with Commissioner Tarnay is that we are in this tricky spot where, I was going to say this in the economic development portion, but talking to a bunch of business owners before this meeting, I was like, what would you like to see? And they all said housing. They all said, we can't run our business the way we want to. I'm having to work more hours. I'm having to close certain days because I don't have employees. So I do feel like we want to make sure that our view sheds and nature is part of the consideration, but we are not so making that the priority or, making it infeasible to build in certain areas that would be great for workforce housing and, maybe are closer to where other things are already developed, so it's not taking away from the view shed as much as possible. But again, to not say you can't ever do this or that, because we still need to think about housing.
Thank you. A lot has said. I don't want to be duplicative. I think I'll just weigh in and say that I really appreciated Chair Gove's comment on, really having site-specific analysis and maybe being able to find a compromise on both of these things, and also the comments on using other existing opportunities. So several of those were already mentioned. I absolutely want to preserve our views. I think something that I've also heard tonight is that our views attract people to our town to visit, to come up to this beautiful mountain town. And if we can't house our workforce, we can't serve those people coming up, the people attracted by our views. And so we do risk losing parts of our economy. As Commissioner Tarnay noted, that's why this is so challenging in part. I'll also say that I think the information tonight on getting housing density up to 6 stories is a little bit new. That is not something that I want for Truckee. I want to be very clear when I say that I do not support seeing buildings of 4, 5, or 6 stories high on Donner Pass Road. So I really like the comments around places where we can find compromise on these things, and I thank you for those. I think that was really, really useful and helpful as I'm thinking about how to frame this as well for myself. Okay. You've gotten a lot of feedback on this one, Danielle. There were some, I'm coming back, I promise, I didn't forget. Commissioner Riley, I think you had been earlier, so let's turn to you.
Okay, thanks. There were a few things I just wanted to comment on based on the discussion, which I think has been really great. The first thing, we keep talking about housing, our workforce, and I hear it every day. My husband's an architect. He interfaces with builders every day. They can't even get the guys to come from Reno anymore because they have plenty of work there. We have this amazing opportunity right here down the street, Jurger Ranch, Soaring Ranch, whatever you want to call it. We have a general plan policy. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be operating under that right now. Requires 50% of all jobs created as part of that development to have housing built. No units have been built to date. So right now, like next council meeting, an action item could be made. We're not going to move forward any more days until we address this. We're going to invest town resources. We're going to buy property. We're going to work with a developer. We're going to make this a win-win, and we're going to address that 50% deficit. So we have the pieces in place, and that's what, again, those things that give me, anxiety and make me cynical is we have the policies in our plan right now that we have to abide by, and we're not even fulfilling them. So it makes me wonder if, we make all these new policies and things, are we even going to do anything about it? That brings me to my next issue of, back to the kind of selling the golden goose. We didn't get anything, but there was all this there's also the saying of why would you buy the cow if you get the milk for free? Back to the increased density in these focus areas of the land use alternative process. If we hadn't given out the extra density prior to getting anything in return, then we'd have that more leverage, more of the sense of, let's work with these developers to get more housing for our local workforce instead of, okay, well, we've already increased the density, we're going to get 85% market rate, how's that going to look? We could reel that in, and we could start with a baseline. We could even reflect back on this conversation that we're having tonight, which I think is so great, about our planned development areas, the Rail Yard, Hilltop, Coldstream, Jurger, Gray's Crossing. We've already invested in these areas. Those and I want to credit Brendan with this because this isn't my terminology, but trigger zoning. I don't know if this is something we could do where we would say, we're going to do this first, and then once we've got, let's say, 75% build out of the rail yard, then we're going to go to this next location. And if a developer comes forward and they're like, we're going to build 100% workforce housing at Jurger Ranch, we give them priority. So it's like we use those carrots as incentives, but we also recognize that we've already made these investments in our community and the places we hold dear, and we don't want to continue them to be blighted. I think the rail yard is pretty blighted. Been driving down Glenchar Drive a lot, total clear cut now with the roundabout, where the roundabout's going to go. That's it's hard to look at every day. No more trees, no Trout Creek yet. Hilltop, same thing. We have the mechanisms, we have the intelligence and the wherewithal to be able to address this. It's just about making those commitments, and that's the direction I want to go. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Tarnay.
Yes, thank you so much. All right. I think about three things here. When we were talking about protection of views, and I was saying it's sort of an artificial thing, obviously I'm not talking about the views of Donner Lake. I was talking about very specifically on Donner Pass Road there, where the trees, are pretty thick over there. They would come down right to the road. I want to say these other areas, Rail Yard, Hilltop, Yorger, they're great, and they're actually zoned for a lot more density than they have already. They're not actually central and walkable where Donner Pass Road is. If we want to have residences that can exist without vehicles, that can access public transit, Donner Pass Road is the place to do it. You can walk to the schools, you can walk to the grocery stores, you can walk to the hospital. So, regardless of, it's not up to us where when each one gets developed. It's up to the landowner anyway. But if I had my preference, it would be to keep my open space open and to keep my developed space developed. So, a couple other things. We keep talking about the 85% market rate housing, and I agree with that. And we've been told by Andy that we can't up that percentage of 15% affordable or inclusionary housing unless we did a study. We have 6 or 7 or 8 studies in these plans. Let's do the study to up that affordable housing from 15%. That's really one that we should invest in, because we just keep hearing from everybody that we need stuff for the workforce. And I agree with Jan that traffic and infrastructure is a bit of a red herring. We are moving towards a carbon neutral state in, California is 2045 carbon neutral. So we have to stop thinking about where we're building because we need to put the parking with those buildings. We have to start thinking about how can we build so you can take the bus, so you can walk, so you can ride your bike. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tarnay. Okay, Danielle, you've heard a lot on this one. Do you feel like you have yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we are going to move on to number 2. Do you want to tee that up?
Yep. So this second question is, should there be a priority between riverfront revitalization and historic character protection? So I think you can tell by the themes that I've been presenting tonight that there was a lot of kind of conflict in how we manage when we have these different priorities within the community. And this one has come up with development projects. So Hotel Avery's probably the most notable example where we have kind of guidelines for how new projects should fit within our historic context. It's on the river, met a lot of our criteria for river revitalization, and yet nothing's been constructed there. And so when I was looking at the questions that were raised, it did kind of raise the question of, we have this strategy, we have a goal about doing implementation of the strategy for the river, we want to enhance the river, we have our town property where we're talking about that, we have the whole concept for the mixed use along West River Street. And then the council said, yeah, we would even look at changing some of the properties on East River Street to sort of enhance the river corridor. So I think this is kind of twofold in asking for you to think about the river corridor, but also kind of how that blends with our historic character, small mountain town character, and some of these conflicts that have kind of evolved over time in looking at how to incentivize redevelopment when we do have challenges with whether it's existing historic buildings or properties that are very challenged to try and find something that blends with that historic character.
Thank you, Danielle. Let me start over on this side this time. Councilmember Palovey, would you like to kick us off?
Every time, huh? I actually think I asked this question in my personal questions, right? I mean, I think this is a really important conversation to be had, and in fact, we took a really fabulous tour of West River Street just, I don't know, a month ago or so, and we were having the same conversation. Hey, why did we see some improvements for a short period of time there, especially on West River Street, and then all of a sudden we got nothing, right? We got the Garden Folly building, we got a couple other buildings rehabbed really nicely, the Tonini House, a couple of others, right? And sort of, I would say in the past 10 years, really, since those buildings did get revitalized, we've seen a lot of nothing, right? JD bought a house down there, but there's really been a lot of like nothing in terms of redevelopment happening, right? So, I don't have the answer to this question because all we have also heard tonight is community character is really important. So to me, the goal here is if we want to prioritize riverfront development in its historic character, we have got to find incentives, funding mechanisms that are not completely dependent on the property owner at the time or a new property owner to come in and be incentivized in some way to make a change there. We have too much blank land that's much more affordable and easier to do something on. So to me, what's the priority? I don't know what the priority is, but if you want development on Donner Pass Road and you want critical mass for buses and everything else that we keep talking about, then there has to be a pressure on this, right? We can't retain either abandoned, dilapidated, or flat land because it's got a higher cost to construct and to develop because its standards are higher. Right? So I don't have a solution to that. Okay? I don't. My solution is we need to start putting $200,000 a year away through the budget process to create enough of a bucket that we could come in as a partner on some of those projects. That's my solution. Otherwise, I think, again, it's a very delicate balance. I would like to see some of our dilapidated structures rehabilitated. 100%. I've known 3 developers who have owned that properties, put in applications, and proceeded to walk right out the door. See you later, bye. So we got 2 developers in the room. Very much look forward to your comments. But, to me, there has to be either an obligation for frontage to mimic, like maybe it's the frontage that's the priority, but do we really want 5 single-story, 200 square foot sheds on West River Street? I asked the community that question. Is that what we want, or would we rather see maybe 5 connected 1,000 square foot ADUs that are habitable instead of 5 200 square foot sheds? Is that going to change the character? Yep. Sure is. I'm okay with that. I don't know if everybody else is, though. I'll leave it at that. Those are my comments. I mean, either we fund it, or we create a middle ground of facade improvement, but we're okay with square foot increases, right? Like, I'm comfortable with all of that, personally.
Okay, Councilmember Zabriskie.
It's still too abstract for me, so I have to ask some questions.
Great.
I don't know why I'm being asked to choose between the two, as if they're incompatible. But maybe to help me, when we say historic character protection, are we talking about historic protection of the old railroad worker housing? Is this an oblique reference to that, or?
No, so this question is really to what Councilmember Pallavi's been talking about, that we oftentimes have, concepts for development projects that, run into challenges with the fact that it's in our downtown area or along the river corridor. And so this is kind of digging at that question of like, what are we trying to do? So it's not a choice of, is it to prioritize riverfront revitalization or look at historic character protection? It's a question of it within these policies that we've created. How do we grapple with this? Like, should there be a priority, or should we be creating something else that hasn't been addressed, like an action for committing additional funding sources?
I still don't understand. What's historic character protection? Can you bring it down to something physical? The historic district.
Yeah.
So it's whether we have historic design guidelines.
Historic buildings.
They have to look like
small storefronts, small shops, walkable.
Or can you create a facade that's so let's take the 5 shacks, right, that are abandoned as your example. So basically what we've said is you need, you need to rebuild that.
Yeah.
That's what we've been saying.
Yeah.
So is that what we want? Do we want to force somebody to rebuild exactly what was there?
Okay,
or are we okay with a facade that maybe mimics what was there, but is a significantly higher and better use for that property with all of the other goals, whether it's climate, GHG reduction, transit, the whole kit and caboodle that we are talking about as ad nauseum?
Okay. Sounds to me like we're just talking about those old buildings.
Well, I think the whole district, but.
Yeah, I mean, the other example is that we've had property owners who have what are currently homes on East River Street, for example, want to be able to convert those into either a denser mixed use or a commercial project. And because of the restrictions with our historic preservation program, they've had challenges with that. Some property owners have been able to navigate that and do, additions to add to the success of their buildings. But I guess it's a question of whether or not we want to keep our historic preservation program as the focus, knowing that we also have these other new priorities of trying to reinvest in sort of a riverfront that has character. And a lot of the riverfront has single-family homes. So if you look at what the trajectory could be over time, is if we create these policies that say we want to see more mixed use happen along the river corridor, these homes will change. Not just the shacks.
And are we talking about changing the boundaries of the historic preservation district?
We are, but that's really just to remove the industrial land on West River.
Oh,
not so much to change any of the other.
Okay, and you bring me to the only thing I really care about, which is how can we move the industrial activities off of West River? And actually beyond that, I would like a uniform plan for the entire, both East River and West River. I would like to see that. And I don't have a strong feeling. I would like to either get those old railroad buildings occupied or have something else. I loved it if it were consistent, compatible with the appearance of downtown, whatever that means.
Councilmember Klostad.
So I actually don't see these as mutually exclusive. The Truckee River was here before any of us, before any town, before a railroad, before anything else. So I see that as kind of the original historic character. I also see the opportunity with the built environment to accentuate and enhance the scenic and environmental quality of the Truckee River. Now, how that ties into the historic character, I think there's a lot of gray area there. I'm not married to rebuilding the exact thing, as both of you have expressed. I would like it to be respectful and reflective of what was there. But I really think that there's an opportunity to accomplish both of these.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Romack.
I agree. I was going to say the same thing, and then I appreciated Councilmember Zabriskie, also consistent and comparable with downtown. I think also it's not maintaining exactly what's there, but ensuring that it still has the character, the historic character and vibe that we all want, and providing opportunities for revitalization. Those 5 shacks, I think every time all of us drive by them, we're like, why is this right here as we drive into downtown? So yes, what could we do that would have a consistent and comparable feeling of downtown in that area? Yeah, so those are my thoughts.
Wonderful thoughts. I've appreciated all the comments. I agree with so many of them. Danielle, I have a clarifying question. So we have a designated historic district. Is that designation what restricts use? I guess I'm asking, are there additional legal hoops we might have to jump through if we have buildings already designated within that historic district and we said we only want to do the facade is consistent, comparable, etc.?
So we have 2 things. We have the National Register of Historic Places, which is essentially commercial row, and modifications to those buildings meet a totally different standard because that's run by the National Park Service. We also have our own adopted historic preservation program, so that's more of the entire downtown area. I think we have over 200 buildings that are considered contributory to our district that we've created. So it really just depends on, what we're talking about within that context of, which buildings. But I mean, we could change our program if we want. We could, modify the boundaries. We can, do updated inventories. We could decide that there's certain areas where change might be appropriate. But yes, we'd have to look at sort of the CEQA implications of that. The EIR that we adopted as part of that program is very old. And we did do overriding considerations as part of that to recognize that we might remove historic buildings. But that language kind of got fed into the development code, where right now you can do like a certificate of economic hardship process if it doesn't pencil to restore the building, rehabilitate the building, or if it's a immediate life safety. We have regulations for that.
Right. I guess I'm wondering within the and I don't know yet if I'm wedded to this or not, I'm just asking questions within the historic district, for example, for, those 5 shacks. Can we have different sort of layers of criteria, if you will? So like buildings that are completely uninhabitable, that are not used, that are in really, really poor states, could those have different types of criteria so that we could do some adaptive reuse on those types of buildings?
I mean, I think that the economic hardship process that we have kind of meets that criteria, because it would be up to the property owner to kind of demonstrate that it's not economically viable to reinvest in bringing those buildings back to something where they could recoup the money that they've put into it. But I'm not sure we would need something else beyond that, in part because those are actually, I think, only 2 of 6 of those are not habitable currently, something like that. Our building officials looked at those.
It's only a matter of time till the other ones are inhabitable.
I mean, funny enough, there is a new owner, and she's very interested in fixing them up as they are.
Right, and there's sort of like the old barn structure across the street that's, just to earlier points, our youth going in at night and just, going in with spray paint cans, and because it is an unsafe place for our youth to be, so.
Yeah, I mean, based on the discussion I've heard so far, I think having something like our economic development programs that we've offered before, whether it was facade improvements or other things that are very enticing to people to buy these buildings and rehab them and do something different with them, whether it's adaptive reuse. I mean, if we didn't do adaptive reuse, we wouldn't have like Brickletown in the condition that it's in, where they're all now commercial buildings. Yeah.
Okay. That was a lot of questions. Sorry, I said one, but Commissioner Go.
I'd like to say I think that my thought process is pretty much in line with Councilmember Pahlavi's. I'm looking at one of these listings actually right here, right now, 10191 West River Street, which is offered at $599,000. It has been for sale for, it looks like about 5 years. Like, this is not economically viable to maintain that this person has to redevelop this thing exactly the way it looks, because you see, Commissioner Freeman, you remodeled a building downtown recently very extensively. Would you assume that about $1,000 a square foot to remodel a building like that's a fair number?
Yeah, I mean, it's prohibitively expensive unless for someone who's going to be an end user.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, if these houses, if this economic model worked, that would have done it by now in this past real estate cycle that we just went through in the past 24 months. If you look at a town like Telluride, which has very specific mountain feeling. I mean, it is, you go into Telluride and you feel like you are in the Old West, but they are brand new buildings with very specific facades that look, you get that old feeling, but they've got, rooftop decks with hot tubs, and they're steel moment frames in them, and they're reinforced masonry buildings, and so, I don't think that these two have to be mutually exclusive, but I would say we need to figure out a path forward, because what we have now just doesn't work. It just is not economically viable, and so what we're doing is just really promoting blight.
Commissioner Tornay.
When I first started out in this process, I actually attended quite a few Historic Preservation Advisory Committee meetings. And Nikki will know, her husband's on it,
He's been on it for like 20 years.
Yeah, it's very specific. It is, you cannot replace those windows with wood-faced vinyl windows. They have to be all wood. It's very specific. So when you're saying it's not mutually exclusive, that's not actually true. If you're allowing them to do other things, it is not in line with our current historic preservation stuff. Does that make sense? Like, it's pretty specific, unless let me finish, and then that was my impression. I haven't been in a few years, but it kind of is. It's a different program then entirely. So it sounds like there's a lot of support for a different type of program, and not having to stick very specifically with single pane wood framed windows that were the historic type. And again, I might not be 100% exact on that, but. So, and also asking about different levels, there are currently different levels of historic building. And so I think that you're allowed to do different things to different levels. If you have a lower level, then you can do more to it. So there already is that sort of stuff. But I also support let's do useful things on there. I love the historic feel of stuff, but it's prohibitive right now to get anything done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Riley.
I appreciate a lot of what's been said, particularly what Commissioner Gove was sharing. So my kind of interest in this is I kind of see this as a spectrum. Given we have this incredible historic downtown core, and what Danielle references, it's like our historic registry. It follows specific rules, and then we kind of have these concentric rings as they go out, and they have to follow different rules and requirements. West River Street, kind of closer to town, is much more strict perhaps than other areas, which I think has fed into why we haven't seen much redevelopment, as well as we don't have the redevelopment money we used to have at the state. I think that was part of what helped facilitate Donner Pass Road rehabilitation of our historic structures. There was more money years ago. My mindset is we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. We've had a lot of public input. I look at the Avery Hotel and the different iterations that the Avery Hotel had on the corner of Brockway and Southwest River. Yeah, I was told it's not Southwest River, maybe South River. Yeah. So the community came out really loud and clear about what they were comfortable with and what they weren't. And so I am loath to repeat these processes, which not only expend tons of resources on the development side and their time and money and all that, but also the community. The community is like, come on, how many times do we have to say we don't want this massive building that kind of overshadows the character of this neighborhood? So I think we have a lot to learn from these processes as we move forward. That being said, I think it would behoove us to do a community process looking at West River Street all the way to Highway 89 south from a compatibility, architecture, what are we comfortable with, what are we not as we leave the downtown core, as we acknowledge these little shacks, could they be rehabbed or is that not, viable? How big do we want the buildings to be as we move down West River Street? The property on the south side of West River Street across from kind of the more industrial areas that's pretty blighted, but has lots of opportunity. We know we have a community member who has invested in that property. What kind of character do we want that to look like? Do we want really tall buildings? Do we want high density? I kind of got the sense from the land use process that was the direction, high density, kind of taller buildings. How's that going to impact the view shed? And I think it behooves us to engage our community as we take those steps forward in terms of development and or redevelopment. I think there is a lot of push and pull with regards to the current historic preservation plan in terms of what people are allowed to do and not do. It does depend on kind of how decrepit the building is, but I do think with that people are feeling like their hands are tied and maybe they don't even want to make the effort because it is still a lot of hoops to jump through. I think we could simplify the process and really kind of streamline it, yes, and also I really see this being a community process for this corridor. We did the river revitalization plan, but let's come back and look at that from more of a architectural and land use standpoint. So we aren't bringing developers to the table who have an intention and the community's like, yeah, no way, you're not going anywhere with that. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman.
I think a lot of this needs to be looked at on a case-by-case basis as well, and that's super important. If we set a standard that is unattainable to get a Hotel Avery, and maybe that's a blessing in disguise, but it's nothing. And so the green cabins, maybe those will be redeveloped, but maybe they're going to fall over, and then they'll sit there falling over and dilapidated. And so I think we want to encourage tasteful development that's in the historic nature, and so historic architecture, I think that's super important. But allow it to happen by not setting a bar so high that it discourages developers. So there's only so many people who want to develop projects in Truckee, and they're going to go to a little bit the path of least resistance, because stuff still has to be financially viable. And if we want to have some of these old buildings that are now failing, then what do you do? I mean, you have an Ollie's garage that sat there for how long before it finally got torn down? But forever, with chain link fence around it. So I think we just got to be cognizant of that, and again, look at stuff on a case-by-case basis and try and work with developers to get their goals achieved while also maintaining that character and what the town wants to see.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Danielle, you have good direction on that, I think. Okay. Let's move on to our third policy item related to CC 8-B. Would you like to tee it up?
Yes. I know we said we wouldn't talk about signs, but this one came up and I thought this was actually the right kind of signs to talk about, which is if we want, whether it's a sign, welcome to Truckee sign, or some sort of gateway feature, which oftentimes those can be anything from, art or like an archway or something like that. at our entrances on Donner Pass Road. It's a question. So this one might be a little faster than some of the other ones, but I feel like we've been talking about this since I started working here, and it might be good to just decide now.
And even though it's going to be a fast one, I have gotten some requests if we could take a break because we are at 7 o'clock. So everyone has time to think about this over the next 10 minutes, to Danielle's point, to just make a decision. So it is 7:01. We are going to take a short recess. We will come back at 7:11.
Do we get Slurpees?
So much banter, so little time. I'm gonna be here all night,
I
people.
am going to call
We're
us
three
back to
questions in
order,
on the first
because we
one.
actually took a little bit longer, but I think everyone needed a little bit of a break. A lot of very good discussion over the past 2 hours or so. So Danielle has already teed up for us the gateway feature, exploring placement of a central gateway feature at major entrances. So with that, we're going to go right into thoughts on this particular one.
Ooh, me. I'll go first.
I'm going to start on this side. Commissioner Freeman, would you like to kick us off for this?
Yeah, I mean, I looked at the new sign they put in Tahoe City, right as you pull in there at the roundabout, and it is a nice, tasteful sign, so I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think it needs to be well thought through. Where does it actually go? Is it south of the Mouse Hole, past West River Street? Is it north of that? You know, where is an appropriate spot? And then do you have one on Donner Pass Road? On what end? Where are you going to put these signs? What are they going to look like? But it doesn't sound like a bad idea. And as far as the streetscape plan, is that a town maintained?
Well, and that's the next question. I might ask you if we can tackle that one separately. I know, it's a little confusing because they're.
I would say on number 3, sure, sounds like a nice idea.
Good, okay. Commissioner Riley.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. My design brain goes all over the place. I would want this to be tasteful. I agree, Thomas.
I can't speak for everybody, though.
Done a good job. I'm kind of envisioning this at the future roundabout at Donner Pass Road and 89 South. Not totally sure if that's what we're talking about. Or at the Dog Bone, one of the roundabouts. I would say, like, from a priority standpoint, this is like so low, so low. I wouldn't want to take someone who might actually be doing something important, like getting housing built or, stimulating development in the downtown core, pulled off to do the signage. But yeah.
Is it appropriate for me to just add, is this part of a comprehensive sign program or is this separate? Are we talking about one and the same or are we separating these out? Because I think this is when we have everybody in the room, let's just ask the question or not. Sorry. It would give a lot more clarity to the direction that staff will take on this.
Perfect. So we have talked about a comprehensive wayfinding program. We understand that type of a study and program would take likely several years, right? Because there's a tremendous amount of research and analysis. It includes an inventory of all of our current signage throughout the entire town, which is a lot of signage.
Which we have.
But it has to be updated, right? Okay. Do you want to add to that, Danielle?
So this is proposed right now as a separate, independent action.
And this is not part of the Welcome to Truckee signs that the Rotary Club has brought to us as well. That's a separate thing, and then this is a separate thing.
Not really.
Is that correct?
I mean, they're kind of related. I think this question's been lingering in the community for a long time, and so Rotary decided that maybe they could pick that up and propose that to the council to consider.
Can someone tell me what the Rotary sign is?
Sure. They're in different locations, though.
They're in different locations.
Yeah, so that's a distinction, but it's still under the same premise of having something that recognizing you're now entering Truckee.
But this is not one of the Rotary sponsored signs.
No.
So just for a little bit of clarity.
The same thing! You're right, but I'm trying. There's something going on here, and what you guys just said is a conversation that we're having at council, which is the question up on the frickin' screen. That's all I want. I just want some closure to it.
The Rotary came forward several months ago with a volunteer project to install Welcome to Truckee signs. Maintain, install, do the whole thing.
Wow.
That is different than what this is, which is a They're different locations. It's not a volunteer thing. You could say, do this, not Rotary, do Rotary, this is gonna be yours down the road. There's options, but they are different. One is a volunteer thing and one is a town-driven project.
And the
And-
Rotary signs were 3 to 4, welcome to
We
Truckee
landed on
signs.
3.
3.
But that inform, like, for me as a planner and someone who doesn't like clutter and wants these things to enhance and not detract, that informs this conversation. And so, well, yeah, I appreciate that. I want to know what I want to know what Rotary's got planned if we're going to put energy into what the community or what the town.
And nothing has been approved for Rotary, so it's a little bit hard to give you that, although they did do a presentation 3-ish months ago. I might be off a little bit on my timing, where they showed some images. I think we're trying to get them in front of Art Commission in September and then back to council. But right now I couldn't give you any specifics other than what they showed 3 months ago.
No locations of.
The locations were identified.
And they say, welcome to Truckee. If that's not a gateway sign, what is?
I think you gotta let us all speak separately.
I'm gonna just pause us all for a minute. No, please, I'm gonna pause us all for a minute and just say that I want the public to be able to hear every comment that is made this evening. I think that that is really, really critical. And so to aid in that, I'm going to continue to call on people. We're going to continue to go one at a time. I want the dialogue to be respectful, and I don't want us to talk over one another, because that just aids in public confusion. People don't know what people are saying. It makes it harder for staff to take direction. So for that, Jen, I'm going to ask you to finish sort of your description of the Rotary Welcome to Truckee sign for context for everyone sitting.
So Dan has the site locations, so he will share those, I think, with the team.
Yeah. So, as they mentioned, the Rotary Club came to the town with a proposal to install 3 Welcome to Truckee signs. They were designed by Peter Gurdon, actually, about 15 years ago, in a similar effort that never gained traction. One of the locations would be about a quarter-mile south of the 267 Brockway Road, Soaring Way intersection on the left. So as you're traveling northbound, on the left side of Highway 267, which would be the east side. So that's one proposed location.
In Placer County?
Just inside the town, right just as you get into the town limit. Second location would be Donner Pass Road near the 89 and Truckee Way, near the 89 and Truckee Way intersection. So if you're traveling southbound from the Sierraville direction, you would, if you turned right on the roundabout, or at Donner Pass Road and, Truckee Way and 89, it would be on the right side after you get through the roundabout. So that would be a second location. And then the third location would be on the, in the vicinity of Donner Pass Road and the old CHP station. So it would be 89, that's 89 south is the road, but between the Dogbone Roundabout and Donner Pass Road, so the intersection at Mountain Hardware. So those are on the right side of the road as you're heading north, right in front of the old CHP station. So those are the 3 locations. And the proposed sign, it's a combination of masonry and wood framing that would support the sign, and then a kind of a wood sign that would say "Welcome to Truckee." Would be about 10 feet wide and about 7 or 8 feet high. So they've made an initial inquiry to the town council as to whether or not the council would be interested in accepting those installations on the town right-of-way, and we're expecting that they're going to come back for what they would hope a final decision from the council in September on that question.
Okay. It's gonna be a long one, JD. Yes, Jen, go ahead.
So one of the issues is, and what came out in the first council discussion was there isn't a comprehensive sign program. So are you willing to look at a volunteer effort to put up something outside of a comprehensive wayfinding sign program? Whereas this would fit more into, it doesn't necessarily have to be tied to one sign program, but in theory you'd have some of the same design standards potentially, where we wouldn't have design standards necessarily with a volunteer effort.
Though we are seeing the designs.
Yes.
And so it was presented but not voted on by the council?
That's correct. It's going to come back to the council
Was it-
after it goes to the Arts Commission. We're only presented sort of as a presentation, a concept, with some mock-ups of the actual design.
And what did you think of the design?
Well, that's not really the agenda item.
Okay.
Right? So we can't get into the
the
merits
reason
of those.
the
And I
reason that I
understand
was-
it's confusing.
Well, just the reason that I was asking is that if we wanted a design consistency between this sign and those signs, are those signs something that we would want to imitate? And that's the only reason I was asking that question.
Yeah, and I don't think we could answer that even in the immediate future, because it would be a longer discussion on fonts, font and style and what we're going for, that it's not an easy conversation.
And I think, Jen, to your point earlier, we have options here. So, for example, we could say, we sort of table this, right? And we want to focus on the volunteer-led Rotary signs. We maybe are less interested in those and we want to focus on this. We like them both as one kind of individual projects, recognizing that I think many of us did support a larger wayfinding program, but we also know that that will take many, many years to come, 3 to 4 years.
Is it my turn?
Go ahead, Commissioner Tornay.
No, I don't.
Yeah. And I might circle back to Commissioners Freeman and Riley if they want to add in after the additional context. Go ahead.
Oh, you can go to them now. I don't care.
Go ahead.
All right.
We want to hear your feedback.
My feedback is that if we're doing multiple sets of signs, we need to have design consistency or else it looks like weird clutter. So I don't know how to make any decisions not having seen anything. And also that as far as Ms. Riley said, the priority's pretty low when we're looking at affordable housing and environmental disasters and greenhouse gas emissions and all that, and then, burning up. So I would say this is pretty low on my priority list.
Thank you. Commissioner Gove.
Yeah, I think anytime that the community can come forward with a volunteer organization that can provide something that is acceptable by the community, and I would imagine that something that Peter Gurdon, a longtime local architect, drew up is probably just fine. And I think it's more important to allocate staff time and financial resources on more important things like reviewing developers' projects that want to have apartments put in the ground now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Romack.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Gove. We've got these volunteers, it's an architect who's familiar with things. I think initially when we heard it at council, I was kind of thinking more of the general wayfinding sign plan, but there is so much going on, so much we're expecting of staff that if this volunteer group, who has gotten a lot of public input as well, being Rotary, wants to do this, I support that. And then I would say, take this out of the plan. That would be my opinion.
Thank you. Councilmember Klofstad.
Yeah, this is not a high priority for me. I think those areas already, they're clearly different than our downtown and different than other areas of our community. I don't think they need gateway features. So this is not a big priority of mine.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
My concern is the staff having adequate time to work on housing and the other town goals. So this is low priority for me. I don't want to put time into this when we have higher priorities.
Thank you. Councilmember Paul.
I actually agree with all of you. I don't want my staff spending time on this either. I also, if we're going to do signage, want it to be consistent, tasteful, bought in by the community, and with a plan that is not willy-nilly all over the place, because that's where we can fit. That's where we decided we can fit 3 signs here, so we're going to put them here. That's what we want. So I agree with all of you. It's not a priority for me. And I think if there's wonderful volunteers out there, I would love to take that money and put it towards the below market rate housing program or the numerous other things we have decided were priorities other than signage.
Okay. I will just say, and I should also say, to disclose, that I have talked about the Rotary Welcome to Truckee signs with Mitch Claren. We had a very nice conversation about them and about the vision for them. I agree with Commissioner Gove. You know, if we can partner with an organization that is embedded within the community, that is getting really, really good feedback, that's also getting feedback from, you know, the folks collectively in this room, it's an opportunity to leverage resources. I don't necessarily think we should hold up Welcome to Truckee signs for 4 years. But that said, CC8-B is not a priority for me either.
Let me just clarify as well that the wayfinding program is in the council bike rack. So while it may not be a high priority, it's not getting lost in terms of when it may become a priority. You'll have it there for reference.
Are you comfortable? Okay. Number 4, 2040 general plan, including a couple specific things.
So number 4 is based on previous discussions that happened a little bit with the mobility element discussion, but then also came up again as we've talked about community character. And so I went back and looked through kind of all the elements, looking for language specific about street trees, looking for language about kind of protected bike lanes, and we really don't have anything. And I know that there's some interest for that. So this is a general question of, do you want us to spend time looking at this in more detail in the general plan? I obviously haven't proposed any language as part of this, but my assumption is that if there's interest, when we do the next draft, we would propose, I said action, it could include action and policy, but I think it's something that we just haven't really discussed yet, so it seemed like a good time to do that. And when I say, someone I think asked, what's a streetscape plan? That would be more of a comprehensive look at where street trees could survive, where they would be appropriate, where they would fit, kind of all of that. Because there are parts of town that already have street trees, there's some where they couldn't fit. So it would be a process that the staff would have to spend time kind of looking at and deciding, you know, as part of future roadway improvements and other things, that's something that we would want to look at. And Dan's probably looking at me like, why are you talking about some of this stuff? But I think part of it is too, when we did the Innovate Gateway project, we talked about a variety of streetscape improvements for bikes, everything from kind of the combination of pedestrians and bikes with, you know, different types of paving or striping. We talked about, you know, roundabouts and kind of the implications of those and different things. But like I said, we really don't have anything in the general plan that's specific. So presenting this for you to discuss.
Thank you. And so when we weigh in, let's weigh in on both. We don't need to take these one at a time. And I'm going to switch up the order a little bit. I'm going to start with Commissioner Tarnay, because I know this one is near and dear to your heart.
It is very near and dear to my heart. These are concrete things that we can do to lower our greenhouse gas emissions in town. We can make spaces where people want to be, where they want to get out of their car, where they want to walk, where they want to bike. Paul has already talked about his daughter at the middle school and how many kids are riding their e-bikes to school. So the protected bike lanes are safety things for our kids. They're riding on the sidewalks, they're riding on the road, they're riding all over the place. Let's give them a place to ride. I don't know if anybody got to read my notes. This is page, it says page 11 in here. If you're looking in the document, I think it's 13 if you're just looking in the Adobe document. But this lovely picture of walkable space, all the things that this has in it. I could not be more thrilled with this picture. It has street trees. They're within 4 to 8 feet of the edge of pavement. It has hard-edged curbs so that your cars do not drive up on the curbs. It has street furniture. It has umbrellas. It has outdoor cafes. It has a bike rack in the back. It has bike rentals. There's a tiny food cart. I've zoomed in on this because this is where we make places where people want to be. This is how we get people out of their car. This is also how we get people to spend money. You are going to spend more money if you are not in your car, if you are out walking. Trees are just a win-win. Street trees are a win-win. They shade your streets. I sent everybody, I put a study in my comments where if you want to avoid that heat island, urban heat island, you got to start covering more of your streets. You got to cover up to 40% of your pavement with shade so that we're not getting hotter and hotter and hotter every year. And they sequester carbon as well. So street trees are just a win-win, close to my heart. Get people out of their cars, make our town cooler, make it more accessible, walkable. And also, when you have the street trees like this and you have the bike lanes next to them, it makes it more bikeable and cooler as well. If you go to the back and look at our picture of our pedestrian facility here, you'll see no pedestrians. It's hot. It's baking. It's uncomfortable. It's unpleasant. It's not used. I think we need to look at the street tree plan, and we need to look at protecting our bike lanes so that we can encourage even more people to get out of their cars and onto e-bikes and do it in a safe way.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman.
Yeah, I think those are all great things. Trees along our pedestrian pathways are wonderful. A question on the protected bike lanes, where does that space come from? Does that now shrink the driving space? Are we making our roadways wider? Yes, we want to protect our bike lanes, but we already have a traffic problem. I think it just needs to be considered. But I think they're both great ideas.
Can I answer him?
Yeah, what is the answer?
In certain places, we have bike lanes that are 6 feet wide.
Sure.
If you take 2 of those feet, even if you put removable bollards, it's a protected bike lane. And you can take them out in the winter for plowing. And that's a protected bike lane.
I think sometimes it depends too, not to get too far in the weeds, but there's a pilot program happening on Northwoods right now.
Mm-hmm.
That road's wide enough to accommodate something without any adjustment, really. And Dan, you can probably add some more if you want to. There's limited streets with that width.
Yeah, so there's a wide range of options, I think, and it's probably going to be context sensitive. So, as Jen pointed out, Northwoods Boulevard had extra pavement width. It was fairly straightforward to stripe in a median island between the travel lane and the bike lane without having to widen the road. And technically, I think that's called a buffered bike lane.
That was just paint.
It was just paint, yeah.
Because there's obviously a plowing concern, a maintenance concern.
Yeah, so if generally a protected bike lane, there would be some kind of physical barrier between the travel lane and the bike lane, and that would introduce another set of issues as it relates to snow removal. So there's buffered bike lanes and there's protected bike lanes. And protected bike lanes, the protection can be as narrow as doing 2 white lines on the edge of the road instead of 1. So there's a range of options. Your original question, if you want to go to full-on protected bike lanes on all of the 42 miles of bike lane we have in Truckee, that would require roadway widening based on the current space that's available out there. The town over the last 20 years invested about $35 million to create the bike lanes that currently exist. So it would probably be about twice that because of inflation to widen the roads another 8 feet to create the space for the protected bike lanes. So it'll be a matter of capital investment priority in terms of how far to go with buffered bike lanes versus protected bike lanes in the future.
And could we do the buffered bike lanes first and then down the line do the protected bike lanes?
It can be incremental, yes, and it would need to be, I mean, just by virtue of fund availability, it would need to work that way. So for instance, we're repaving Glenshire Drive right now, so we're evaluating whether we can do basically the minimal standard buffered bike lane out there within the existing pavement width, and get a couple of case studies out there for people to experience, and then we can, in my opinion, better evaluate the value of the additional widening that would be necessary to go to full-on protected bike lanes.
Or could you do protected bike lanes on one side that would allow bikes to travel both directions? Does that save you anything?
That would be tough, and these are the types of things that can be looked at. But when you get into major kind of street reconfiguration, that's usually where it becomes major capital investment.
And I think, Commissioner Freeman, that's what this is asking is, do you want to have these conversations, right? We're not going to get to answers tonight, but is there a policy that you want, or for a future action item, to have this discussion and figure out what we want to support as a community or not?
Yeah, I think it's a good conversation to have, because we may say, hey, do Northwoods, because that's paint and easy, but don't do whatever other road that would be a huge cost and a significant, project.
Those are also the types of things that a Trails and Bikeways master plan update could contemplate at a higher degree of detail. Because the town has a Trails and Bikeways master plan that calls out locations for different types of trails and different types of bike lanes. And that typically is a document that you can get a little more surgical on in terms of looking in detail at different areas.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Freeman?
That's it.
Commissioner Riley.
So I have a question for Dan. Would it make sense for us to just reference the trails? I can't say the whole thing. Master plan, bikeway master plan.
I think that could be an option. I'll look at Danielle. A general plan policy could be that, the next Trails and Bikeways master plan update should take a close look at buffered bike lanes and protected bike lanes as a part of it.
Yeah, so we don't duplicate efforts and we're kind of speaking the same language. And I'm supportive of what's been shared. I love the idea of protected bike lanes. I did want to give one plug, as we talked about kind of our streetscapes, to Stephanie, who works in the town. Her work on the roundabouts and the landscape, like the planter area, is so beautiful. And every time I drive downtown, and most of the time I see her there working, and it's just, I really think it's been successful and has really beautified our community. And so if the street tree plan adds as much as what she has provided for our community, I think it's a real asset. Thank you, Stephanie, wherever you are.
She's out sick right now.
She's probably asleep.
She's back in.
So hard.
Commissioner Go.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth having the conversation. I agree with everything Carnay said. Yeah, and I also agree with Commissioner Freeman that we need to take a look at kind of on a case-by-case basis where we can, take advantage of buffered bike lanes as opposed to the protected bike lanes. Outside of the 2040 plan update, I think we should start having a conversation in the community about an outreach program on how to ride your e-bike safely. I am surprised that we haven't had a fatality at this point. It's great that these bikes are becoming ubiquitous and they're helping us reduce our carbon footprint and people are getting around, but they are stupid on them, that's for sure. So I think everyone needs to know how to operate these vehicles safely, and that's something that we need to add into the dialogue.
That's a great point.
I just want to add that we do have a California state law that people under the age of 18 are required to wear a bike helmet. And it is supposed to be a minimum $25 fine. And this is not enforced at all. And I'm not a big, stick fan, but I don't want someone to die. I really don't. Yeah. I want helmets and I want safety.
Councilmember Klostad.
I think yes, on both of them. I agree that these are good investments in our community character, our greenhouse gas mitigation. I think it covers a lot of our goals, so yes, for both.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I'm sure we've discussed all of this before, and certainly in the context of the mobility element. So while this does reflect our community character, I think it needs to be considered in the context of the mobility element and the bike and trailway master plan. I mean, this is just one little small element of it, and I read this as talking about safe bike paths. We're using the word protected. To me, we're talking about making biking safe, and I'm all for safe biking. Let's do it in the context of the mobility element. You want me to move on to the other one?
Go ahead.
On the streetscape plan, it's not a win-win to the plow driver. And it's not a win-win to the town's budget. So there's trade-offs. On balance, I think we need street trees. And we have a lot of people in this community who are experts, and I think the best way to address it is with a community committee. And some staff person who's enthusiastic about it and has extra time Wednesday evening, 6 to 9. They can lead the citizen committee. I think that's how you address the streetscape plan. And speaking of trees, maybe we'll get to it, but there have been a lot of questions and comments related to conifers in our open spaces and doing reforestation, replanting, call it what you will, and I hope we get to that.
Okay. Let's continue on so that we do get to that.
Right,
Councilmember Pallavi.
I'm fine with incorporating the concept of protected bike lanes in an updated Trails and Bikeways master plan, which I hope we can create an action that is moving forward in the next couple of years, very specifically. And then on the streetscape plan, it's also, to add to your comments, generally going to be levied on the property owner's frontage through an assessment district, which is also, thought to be somewhat regressive in some cases, balanced, fair. There's lots of words that it could be perceived as. So I would simply say, if it was truly town-wide, if there was truly sharing of the costs, versus property owner frontage, is now the sole funder of said trees and in charge of everything else. It's not just a pain for the plow driver. Okay. So there are other factors to consider there. So yes, I support street trees with the caveat that costs are distributed equally throughout the community.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Romack.
Yeah, I pulled up the mobility element, and there is, one policy about maintaining, implementing, and updating the Truckee Trails and Bikeways Master Plan to continue to expand the town's interconnected system of multi-use paths, bike lanes, trails, and sidewalks throughout the community. So I feel like that speaks to having this discussion about where protected bike lanes or buffered bike lanes work. Maybe Councilmember Pallavi, you just kind of made a comment about updating the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan. If we want to put some sort of deadline or timing on that in this specific item, it's M-2.1. We could do that, or every 10 years or something like that. That would be my suggestion. So I feel like it's kind of already in there, is how I would look at it, and then have that conversation around the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan.
Can we add into that, I brought it up in the mobility policy as well, but could in that policy, could we put protected and buffered bike lanes in that policy as well? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that would be the logical place, based on the discussion that we've had. I only raised it today because we didn't have a chance to talk about it as part of mobility, and it does still have, character aspects of it, so we could do that, and then add a time frame.
Okay. And then second comment on street trees, I think it makes sense to look at creating a plan. because I think there's a lot of components to this, and maybe there are some places where it makes sense to have a lot, and some places where it won't work with our plow drivers and our sidewalks. So looking at our town holistically, developing a plan would make sense.
Thank you. I also support, the updates to the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, and putting some specificity around how often that will occur, including the language on buffered and protected. I think that will give us a very good vision for where we want to do that. I also want to say we don't live in an environment of unlimited resources. So if it comes down to spending $10 million to widen half a mile of road for protected bike lanes versus putting $10 million to a housing fund, I think that's where conversations will get really, really tricky. And there are roads where we have significant constraints and need to impact property owners a lot. So I just want to be a little cautious around that. And yes, I agree to having a deeper conversation specifically related to trees and our tree streetscape. I agree with everything that Commissioner Tarnay said and the importance of that and sort of the rationale for why that's so important, recognizing there's some limitations that we need to have a bigger conversation about. Danielle, do you feel comfortable? Okay. So do you want to tee up our last one on this particular element?
Yes, and Jen and I were kind of discussing a little bit about the timing too, that we still have 2 other elements to get through, and I wasn't purposely trying to make long questions, but this is great dialogue, so we might see kind of rhythm of how we're doing with this next one, and then decide if we can get through. I have 5 more total questions, 3 for economic development and 2 for conservation open space.
For today?
For tonight, yeah.
And I think what we'll do, so typically, and we've sort of made a council,
And then we have
I don't know what, it's not a norm, thank you, a council norm that we don't go past 10 PM to be respectful of people's, nights and the fact that we all have day jobs and have to be, working at 8 AM. So let's keep going and we'll sort of assess where we all are. I think also recognizing we don't make our best decisions when we're 5 hours into a meeting. So I just want to be cognizant of that.
And also recognizing that we have 2 agenda items as a commission to discuss tonight too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We only have one.
Yeah.
One is it.
We have
Okay.
one, but we also have to open the other.
What's everyone doing tomorrow night?
No, thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
So let's keep moving and let's see where we are at 9 o'clock at kind of our next breaking point.
Okay. So this one, again, was raised with some of the questions about what is the character of Brockway. And the way that it's described with the policies that we have now is that it's an open area and that we would be looking at adding, kind of standards for buffering from road corridors. And I think there was some concern that does that conflict with our idea about having connected neighborhoods and, activity that's kind of on the streets versus defining what this open character is within Brockway Road corridor. And I will say that it wasn't a focus area that we looked at as part of the land use alternatives discussion, although the staff spent quite a bit of time looking at the entire Brockway corridor all the way from 267 to Bridge Street, just trying to figure out what it was to decide if it made sense to include it as part of the discussion when we were talking about the land use alternatives. But I think part of the reason that we didn't bring it up is because there is a lot of just open public land. So you have the Ponderosa Golf Course, you have the regional park, you have a large wetland. So our sense is that the character did have a lot of openness to it and that the sites that are buildable have stuff on them already with the exception of sort of in the Jorger area. So it was a little bit of a developed kind of streetscape. But I think recognizing that things can turn over in the next 20 years, we added some of these policies in here, but I think the question is, do we want to keep these and does this accurately reflect sort of the character that we see over the next 20 years in the Brockway area?
Thank you. Okay, I'm changing it up. I'm starting over here. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes, so what specifically are we talking about in terms of opening it up or keeping it open?
I mean, one, do we need these policies specifically or this action for amending the development code to include specific standards that would be for the Brockway character area, that kind of corridor?
Like a deeper setback?
Yeah, it would be, right now, it would be based on just what the zoning is. And so would this be worth staff spending time on to go back and amend the development code to create something that's different than what the zoning standards are?
So setback, height limits, density?
Site coverage.
Site coverage.
Yeah. Landscaping.
Depends if I like it or not.
I think there was a
I
question
don't
of,
know.
is this necessary, right? That we already have these development standards and we recognize that it does have these open areas, but do we need to create a special policy and action for Brockway, given that we didn't really talk about it as part of the land use alternative?
Okay, let me ask it this way. Does staff feel that our current standards are inconsistent with the appearance of Brockway right now?
No.
Then I don't think it's necessary to revisit.
I can circle back to you if you want. Okay. Councilmember Closeup.
I'm trying to think of how many parcels could be developed. It used to be the Truckee River Winery site. That's going to be something someday. And then we have the senior housing development, but that's already
there
through its entitlements, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's one vacant parcel next to Dr. West's orthodontist office.
Right. Yeah.
But it's very small.
Very small.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a huge impact on it overall.
Hilltop.
Well, that's its own development agreement.
Hilltop has different standards and policies.
That's not on the table for this.
It wouldn't be considered part of this. This is really just like things touching Brockway Road.
Yeah. So I don't really see a lot of bang for the buck. You guys are gonna have a lot to do on the development code with all the other decisions that we've made and things that we want to implement, so this does not rise to a high priority for me.
Vice Mayor Romack, excuse me.
I agree. This is low priority.
Councilmember Pallavi?
I would say we should remove it.
Thank you. Commissioner Riley?
Always pushing the envelope.
Well, I'm coming from a planning perspective and being aware that there are development proposals possibly in the pipeline, but also in the future for are we talking it ends at 267? It doesn't go into, this wouldn't cross 267, no. Just be 267, well, not really Bridge Street or kind of.
Yeah, I mean, you would essentially stop kind of at the Cottonwood entrance.
Okay, so would it include, because part of that does front feedback. So not Hilltop, there are parts of Hilltop that do front.
The Reynolds property that's across the street from Blue Coyote and 7-Eleven.
Right. So part of that, so what I'm thinking about there are areas of wetlands, areas that need to be protected, areas that should be restored, intent to develop these areas. I'm aware of properties across from, like the winery across the street, across Brockway, next to the church, that I think of as a wetland. I think there's some intent to develop that. I don't know the scope. So I do think this is important. It's back to the what are we outlining for future development and developers, not wanting to give them a false sense of hope or security around any given project, and acknowledging that we're having this community character conversation, wanting to preserve our natural resources. I understand the desire to kind of take it off the table, but I think it's going to be an issue as development comes forward in terms of concerns from the community about development in inappropriate places. I'm also thinking about access for development at the former winery site. There was some discussion in years past. I remember sitting with Dan about access, a road kind of possibly into where there's open space now versus using the existing dirt road that would access the winery. I think it's worth talking about. I don't necessarily know how high of a priority, but I do think we need to acknowledge that this is an important resource because it contains wetlands and open space that we need to acknowledge and consider as we discuss future development.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeman.
I mean, Joger and Hilltop both already fall within specific plans, don't they? And so I think we're just talking about not that many parcels and just being cognizant of staff resources, you know, where do we want to put our energy? And to generate an entire separate plan for what is likely less than a handful of parcels, I would say don't focus on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Tarnay.
Just a clarifying question first. Wetlands are already federally protected, right? I mean, nothing we do is going to change federal. Correct. Okay.
I mean, developers can propose to develop in the wetland if they replace it somewhere. I mean, that's allowed.
Yeah, I mean, generally wetlands are, if disturbance is proposed as part of a project, that's something that's going through a public process where usually the planning commission is the one that's looking at what those standards are. We did also include language to create some specific wetland setbacks because our development code does not have wetland setbacks. So that was something that we would add into the development code at some point in time that we don't currently have. We've just been doing it on a project by project basis.
And I actually think I had a question, and I don't know if it was answered, but the wetland setbacks, that's in addition to protecting the wetland. That's something that we're adding a buffer around that zone. Okay, so you can't build right up to the edge of the wetland. I love that idea. I don't know if that got much support, but hopefully, yes. Moving on to this one. This is talking about including appropriate buffering and screening from the road corridor. And so that to me sounds like you're making things worse. Like I look at this picture, it's Dixon, which is a lovely building, but it's set back further from the road. There's a big landscaped area that's mostly wood chips that is, it's just dead space. Don't add more of that, please. I love the whole walkable thing where the buildings are a little bit closer. You have sidewalks, you have cafes, you have benches. I just, in my notes, I contrasted it to this where it's set back really far from the road and there's a bunch of, water being spent to water this landscaping, but it's not useful. It doesn't bring people to the area. So I would like to remove it because I think buffering and screening makes things worse.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gove.
Echo Commissioner Freeman's sentiments.
And I agree with you. I think I'm comfortable removing that one. Okay, so that one went fairly quick at the end.
Yeah. Do you want to make them all difficult?
So we are moving on to our draft economic element. Danielle, you're going to provide the presentation on it, including the topic areas that you have for discussion this evening. And then we'll go into council clarifying questions, public comment, of course, and then discussion.
Right, so we have 3 questions that I proposed as part of this, so I'll cover those right before we go through public comment. And I'll try and keep the presentation brief, just given that we want to spend more time with our discussion. But the economic element is another optional element similar to our community character element. And I think it's been one of those things that since we did the last general plan that is on our minds because we have had a lot of fluctuations in, what our workforce populations are and the industries that we have here. Oftentimes rely on, seasonal workers or have a lot of seasonal or tourism based to them. And so even back in the 2025 general plan, we were looking at ways to diversify. What is it that we could do to ensure that people can be successful here, living here and being part of the community? So the balanced mix of economic sectors, it was really derived out of the 2025 general plan and kind of a balanced mix of uses. It sort of evolved into looking at even more specifics than we did back in the last general plan. But I think none of this is a surprise in looking at how the wording came together with supporting businesses that enhance Truckee's character, looking at opportunities for high-wage jobs, and sort of balancing out some of that seasonality that we experience, and trying to ensure that we can fluctuate with that year-round economy that we struggle with sometimes. So it's an issue of character, quality of life, and looking at how we provide services. So what does the framework for that look like? Economic diversification, expansion of key economic sectors, sustainable tourism, support for a skilled workforce. And I think what makes Truckee unique, and we've talked about this before, is we do have a lot of kind of homegrown businesses. They're small businesses. They're people who not only have a business in the community, but they also volunteer in the community. And we have, a workforce that's interested in sort of that aspect of living here. But it's hard too when we have a lot of different focus on sort of how to diversify our economy. So I think these aspects that we have under the framework are really going to help us kind of move forward away from what we looked at sort of with the 2025 struggles we had of being a tourist destination to what we want to be in the future. Do we want to attract industries here that better reflect sort of what this 2040 general plan is about, looking at being sustainable in the future, how we address our continued popularity and people's interest in locating here and being sort of supportive of our environment that we have that, can only support so much at some point, right? So there's, I think, based on the questions that I read from everyone, there's a lot of interest in just economic development in general because it's so unique for us. Go to the next one. We also included, as part of that framework, economic vitality of downtown and river revitalization. So we talked a little bit about some of these topics already as part of community character, but our character and our economy are one and the same in a lot of ways. That if we give up some of our, resources and things that we identify as part of our character, then that would be challenging in some aspects for our economy too, because that's why a lot of businesses come here. They want to be part of that sense of our community. So what does that look like? Preserving the eclectic nature of downtown, which we've talked about as sort of a nebulous idea, but something that we've recognized. Expanding our mixed-use character that we have downtown and supporting the community aspect of the downtown. And then as far as the river revitalization strategy, promoting river access, looking at sort of what we do with our industrial businesses. And all of this has come up as we talked about the land use alternatives, that what we decide to do with our land uses then dictates where we put our businesses, which then we figure out where we're putting all of our housing, how we integrate between our housing and jobs. I mean, it's all integrated. So having an element dedicated to economic development really does tie the general plan together in a lot of ways, that it takes all the different ideas that we have and all the other elements and kind of combines them into something that we can look at when we're making these decisions. Some of the public comment that we received talked about everything from what is sustainable tourism, including if we create a program, what does that look like? How do we manage our overpopularity, especially of certain recreation uses that we have? How do we support downtown? What do we look at as far as the airport? Do we want to consider the airport's benefits in the general plan more specifically? Do we want to look at offices? Do we want to look at transit more specifically? There's a lot of different things that were raised as part of the public comment. Why are we planning for more commercial? How do we ensure our continued success if we're looking at our natural assets? And then some other things that were more specific to Visit Truckee Tahoe, including looking at our inventory of assets and attractions that we have, and then becoming familiar with their sustainable certification program that they've been looking at. So some different things to consider. Let me go over briefly the questions because we'll go into public comment, but the things that I saw that were asked about most were really derived somewhat out of the BAE report that was done, so the market study that we had done as part of the general plan update process, which we didn't originally include when we were looking at sort of the scope of the general plan, but we decided it would be helpful for us in making some of our land use decisions. So we did that work. Granted, it's a couple years out now because we needed that to kind of formulate the land use alternatives process, but things like retail leakage. So do we want to address retail leakage in the general plan? That's not something that we addressed in the last general plan. Do we want to address office spaces specifically? So these are, kind of individual sectors that we're talking about, but we do spend quite a bit of time in the economic development element talking about these. And then the last one is, do we want to be even more explicit about other sectors that aren't called out? So we have healthcare, we have retail, we have office, we have kind of outdoor recreation businesses that support community character and Truckee's just overall lifestyle kind of character. So we don't have that explicit. So do we want to talk about that? So those are the three questions that I had.
Okay, thank you. So let's begin with any clarifying or outstanding questions, and then we'll move right into public comment. And I will start over on this side. Councilmember Pallavi, do you want to kick off?
Yeah, and I'll try to keep this as close to a question as I possibly can. So I asked the question, so this economic development chapter, number one, I certainly support it and am happy that it is being included, but I find it contradicting itself at best, and sometimes completely at odds with itself. And I'd like to read a statement, and I asked this question, and I think the answer was, we'll get back to you. But on page 6-1, I don't actually know what page it is, it says, in 2020, the educational services sector and healthcare and social assistance sector accounted for the largest percentage of the labor force in Truckee. Okay, so we say that, and then we go back through the rest of this and say, all we have are low-wage jobs that are tourism-based, and it just doesn't, like, the whole premise of this chapter feels very off. Because, and I also asked the question, what's a low-wage job? I don't actually think there are any low-wage jobs in this community anymore, because you can't afford to do anything on a low wage. So the questions that I have are very much like, are we going to, it kind of goes back to everything you and I keep talking about of the vagueness versus the specificity. And at what point do we become specific? At what point are we comfortable with complete vagueness? And is there a happy medium that somewhere we can meet in the middle? Because it doesn't add up. I mean, isn't an educational services sector and healthcare, aren't those good paying jobs? And if they are, and they're the highest percentage in our community, then what's the goal of our economic development chapter? So that's my question veiled in a comment.
Oh, you want me to answer?
No, you already told me you had to get back to me. So if you'd like to pass, that's
I'll give you the
okay.
explanation before I set out. So I wrote that one. I'll get back to you because I went back through and reread the BAE study, and they had a caveat in there at the end that kind of talked about healthcare and that they thought that the state didn't accurately capture the number of healthcare jobs that Truckee has. And so although they identified, I think, 278 in the study, BAE estimated it was probably closer to 1,000. And so I'm wondering if Ascent, when they looked at this, was kind of looking at that data and talking to BAE since they're part of the team and put that in knowing that data may not have been totally accurate. So I want to take the time to go back and look and talk to them before I say that what the right answer is at this point.
And I think, to be perfectly clear, I think we all yearn and have a vision of whatever a balanced economy that is and whatever that looks like. But I'd like to make the argument that without being significantly more specific about sectors we're going to target, about types of places, I asked the question as well, because we talk about types of uses and how are we going to determine what type of use is competitive or not competitive when we have 300 businesses in this community? Are we now picking tenancies, right? So to me, we should be focusing on sectors. We should be focusing on spaces for those sectors, which we've tried to do in the generic labeling of business innovation zones. But I'm wondering are there better examples of economic development chapters out there that are just simply more specific, more clear, and outline a much more precise guiding document for a community over 20 years? Because to me, this doesn't really do it, or at least it's conflicting in and of itself in many of the cases. I think there's some action items we could pull out that would be fine.
Well, I think what you're seeing too is that we took the 2025 general plan, we did the audit, right? We pulled out the stuff that wasn't relevant, then we took, you know, the best information we had available, including the BA report, and added that in, but we didn't do a wholesale change, and so.
And I think it reads like that, honestly.
That's an important question to ask.
So those are my questions. I think they're much more overarching than necessarily, you know, I asked very detailed, specific ones in our pre-council questions, but.
No, I think that's great. Councilmember Zabriskie, do you have any outstanding questions?
I have comments, but no questions.
Okay. Councilmember Closeup? No questions. Vice Mayor Roma?
So I have a process question, and it's just, so, you know, I asked a question about outdoor dining, and then staff provided a response because I found there were no action items related to outdoor dining. And I think staff's response was great. Here's some ideas, and it was staff recommends this. So I guess.
So we would put that
in the next version.
So what we've been doing is using that as the tickler to go through and put it on our master list of the changes that we'll compile. So if we recommended something in there, you'll see it in the next draft.
Perfect. Okay. So I just want to make sure we don't have to go back and say, yes, great recommendation. Okay. No. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I would just echo Councilmember Pallavi's comment on sort of the specificity. I think there's some language where even when we say things like, you know, in this first one, encouraging existing retailers to do X, Y, Z, it's like, what does it mean if we're encouraging them to do something, right? So I agree with that comment, and thank you for raising it. Okay, over to this side. Chair Gove.
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Tarnay.
I don't think I have any either.
Commissioner Riley?
Yeah, I'm curious if someone could describe what destination retail is.
Probably should include a definition of that. It's sort of a new trend where, say, for example, you could shop and then also have your glass of wine and sit down and kind of visually shop while you're drinking your wine.
Like Amazon at home?
Oftentimes there's a food component or an activity component that goes with that. So it's becoming a new trend in planning documents to kind of discuss what that is.
We actually have Pacos now. You can get a beer, can't you?
That's my point, is that a lot of the requests we have from retailers right now are not just I'm selling items. It's I'm selling items, I'm having events, and I'm also offering food.
RMU.
Yes.
And then this is probably a really loaded question, but if someone could address what sustainable tourism is, because I can't wrap my head around that. I just see those as like, those are oxymoron right there. So.
Want me to answer it?
That one?
I mean, I don't necessarily have a definition. I didn't come prepared tonight, but I mean, I think it relates, some of these goals are relating into some of the work that Visit Truckee Tahoe is currently pursuing, which is in an effort to achieve a certification called Mountain Ideal Standards, which is a sustainable tourism framework to both understand the resources you're working with. So that's where I think one of the comments that came from VTT was to do like an inventory of our resources, and that's just the same inventory we do of everything else, right? And so could be Donner Lake, could be natural, physical, cultural, it's all resources.
Why people come to Truckee?
Precisely.
Why people come visit here?
Precisely. Yep, exactly. And so, you know, that balance of sustainable tourism is very simply managing the destination and those resources and the traffic that is attracted to them in a robust, proactive meaningful way that protects them for this and future generations. I mean, and it just uses that sustainable word, so I apologize, but I didn't coin it. Yeah.
Is there a thought that that's actually achievable, or is it more like
Yeah.
we're trying to check boxes?
Oh, we're like down that path.
You know, we have limited ability to be impacted, right? Like at a certain point, we kind of see.
So visit Truckee Tahoe specifically, and I'm only speaking on that behalf because I'm a board member. I'm the town's representative to that board, so I'm the only non-assessed seat on that board. But I would say there's not just a honest, truthful, meaningful effort in that direction, but there's money committed. We have consultants on board, and we are looking at like a 3-year process that will start to engage the community, that will engage the public, that's engaged the town already. And so one of the comments that you saw in your packet from Visit Truckee Tahoe is trying to really embed their activities in so that the town's work plan works in harmony. So where there are opportunities to create policies that align with Visit Truckee's goals, that everybody's working towards that same apex, that same means.
Is everyone on that board benefit financially from tourism?
So it's the TBID board. So it's 1.25% of all overnight taxes are what creates the budget and revenue stream for that organization. So all of the other board members are assessed businesses that pay into transit occupancy tax.
Maybe putting someone who isn't financially benefited.
Right, that's me.
But you're a retailer, right? You benefit.
Sure, I wear lots of hats.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification because we referenced that quite a bit in this document, but I appreciate that, and it behooves me to do a little more research.
Yeah, come to our meetings. We meet the third Thursday. I don't know when we meet. We're meeting on Thursday.
You were kind of talking about kind of these uses and such, and my thing is, well, how specific can we get in terms of we're creating these zones of commercial, retail, industrial, business innovation? You know, we can't get too specific on telling people what they can't do. I think that's something that we might want to consider in our conversation. I just want to reflect on really good public comment, the written comment that we've received before we go into people who want to speak tonight. That's all my clarifying questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Freeman?
None for me.
Okay. Well, with that, let's move into public comment. So just as a reminder, the podium is right in the back. We will open public comment now. You have 3 minutes. You want to make sure the red light's on. That tells you the mic is on. I never like to interrupt people, but if you get to 3 minutes and the timer goes off, I will, just so everyone has an equal amount of time to talk this evening. And please state your name for the record. You may step up whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you, Council and Commission, for making it through the third working session this summer. The economic development element, much like what Councilmember Pallavi is saying, the contradiction, I think we can see that in a lot of the elements, right? We don't want freeway-orientated development, but then we're promoting that. We don't want to ruin our scenic view sheds, but then we're promoting that. And again, with economic development, we realize that we are a tourist-based economy, right? And so how do we change that framework? How do we create the uses that we want? But also, how are we realistic? We've talked in this community for probably 20 years about the economic retail leakage to Reno. And I go back to the PC3 specific plan, and I think about why it took 17 years to get zoning there. 17 years. And it was because the things that were were being proposed were counter to what the community wanted. The community did not want car and RV lots on 267. The community did not want high density commercial. They didn't want strip mall commercial. And so again, when we think about economic development and we think about the retail leakage, I think we also have to be okay with recognizing that Reno is a provider of goods and services that Truckee will never have the infrastructure for. We won't. So what is it that we're trying to get out of this economic development element? Man, it is getting late. And so let's think about that. And let's also think about the square footage that we're promoting through this general plan. The increased floor area ratio. It's intense. The commercial zoning that BAE says we don't need, that we actually are good. What we need is the industrial zoning, right? We know that. And we also know that we're kind of don't have really good options for that type of land. So maybe we need to start working with partners that are close to the town, such as the airport. And I know that that's been talked about also probably for as long as PC3. So again, let's stop trying to make Truckee into things that the community doesn't want, but also that we don't have the infrastructure for. And let's focus on those that diverse economy that we can create. Recreation, outdoor retail, what is sustainable tourism? I'm grappling with that too. But if we can figure it out, maybe we can make the economic zoning for it. I don't know. So again, let's be real with what the economy is for Truckee, and let's not try and pump too much stuff in this element that will never come to fruition.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to step up?
Sophia Heydrich, Mountain Area Preservation. Thanks again for the opportunity to get up here tonight. I know it's getting late. It's a lot. So again, I kind of wanted to reiterate one of the comments that I think was brought up by a commissioner earlier tonight, and that's that I think a lot of the issues that come up in each of the element are really related to the preferred land use alternative. So again, I'm going to echo the BAE market study that was conducted in 2020. It told us that we essentially have enough existing commercially zoned land to accommodate the future demand for office, retail, commercial, lodging, and yet this draft plan proposes an additional 891,000 square feet for office or for commercial and retail, an additional 390,000 square feet for office space, an additional 393 lodging units. I just don't understand why we are promoting the development of additional commercial developments at the expense of potentially the commercial developments that we already have. And it's not based on demand. It's not based on what the community is asking for, what the community is wanting. It's just based, I guess, on some sort of ideal that we need to have more commercial development in this community. I do specifically want to talk about office space just for a quick second. Again, the BAE market study said that small offices under 1,000 square feet are in high demand, and I think that there's a policy in this draft plan that specifically speaks to that. How can we incentivize the development of commercial or of office space that's under 1,000 square feet? I think that sort of misses the mark, because what the BAE market study also said is that there is a lot of existing office space. It just doesn't meet the current demand because it's too big. It's between 1,600 and I think 6,000 square feet, so it's bigger than what people are wanting. And it doesn't make sense for those property owners to redevelop because the utility infrastructure isn't in place. We don't have the meters in place to have sort of those separate readings. And those buildings are old, the infrastructure is lacking, and instead of saying, hey, let's have more office space, let's again throw more and more at this, why don't we create a program that supports property owners in redeveloping the office spaces that we already have? Let's use what we have. We have a lot in this community. Let's make that work for the needs that we're seeing, rather than just providing more on top of what we already have. Thank you.
Thank you.
JD Haas, 101.5 Truckee Tahoe Radio, homeowner and multiple business owner in Truckee, and so it's going to contradict me as a business owner. What I'm going to say to you is, when is enough enough? That is the question. And it goes back to the quality of life. There's so many questions in there that 3 minutes doesn't allow us to discuss as a community each one of those individual questions you have up there. So it goes back to, when is enough enough? And infrastructure. And that for me is what I've been talking about, is the infrastructure. Do we have the infrastructure to support this plan? We don't. Can we even finish the current plan in the next 15 years? No. I do not see you finishing the current plan over the next 15 years. So why don't we finish the job that's ahead of us instead of, I know we have to plan for the future, but if we finish the project that's ahead of us and focus on the jobs, on the things that need to be done. And I'll clarify the reason I said housing is number one, because 2 meetings ago during just the town council meeting, if you look at their pyramid, the number one thing they're supposed to do as town council people is take care of housing. That is their number one thing at the very top of the pyramid. So with that being said, we're going to target these high-paying jobs. What we really need is who's going to service those high-paying jobs. Who's going to service us if we have these high-paying jobs? Nobody, because they're coming from Reno. Well, they're not coming from Reno anymore. There's great opportunity in Reno. I was born and raised in Reno. It's not like that no more. There's no need to come to Truckee anymore to go to work. It's not special here for them. It's special there because they have everything that you need there. And even our health care that we can't afford. I don't know about you, but I can't afford to go to the hospital in Truckee either as a private citizen. So, with that being said, there's 2 things that happened that were really enlightening for me. Number one, infrastructure, with 30 seconds left. I was talking with a highway patrolman throughout the whole Kylie Rodney incident. He's been here his whole life. He was devastated by cutting down those trees where they built the new highway patrol building. He did not see it being used. But as we grow towards a city, that is infrastructure's needed. There's 150 agents in that building working on these problems now that we have created as a city, and they're there. We need to make infrastructure like that, and we need to have housing for people of lower income that'll serve us. And I can't get to the next one. And to my wife watching, I sat up, I was slouching. Sorry, honey. Oh, and I need to leave because, and I'm sorry, tomorrow morning, I have a meeting with the investigating officers, and if there is a break tomorrow morning in the Kylie Rodney case, I need to make sure that I am prepared to bring the message to the public, and my day starts about 5:30, so Lindsay knows the routine. So I apologize for my departure, but I need to be prepared for all of us tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks, JD.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, on to our next public comment.
Yes, I'm Ralph Godon. Live downtown on the river since been here about 45 years. And I've spoken to this before, but really seems that we are continuing with this, in this economic development discussion, we are continuing the imbalance of the lack of housing for workers. We want to build more commercial, whatever, industrial. It's all going to take more workers. It's all going to take more housing for workers. We're so far behind now that there's no way it can ever catch up as far as it seems to me. And it seems like we need to put some brakes on the economic development, which we've already got down pretty well, I think. And we can't we don't have the workers to man what we've got, and we're talking about building more, which is going to create a bigger housing problem and spinning out into infinity. Why can't we be satisfied where we're at? Growth does not mean quality of life. We keep seeing it over and over and over around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else care to step up for a public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we will close public comment on this element and move into our first discussion item. Danielle, do you want to provide some context for this, and we'll move right in?
I do, but I want to caveat that the three questions that I asked are somewhat related to the initial discussion of should the economic development element have more specificity? So I think if there's consensus that the answer is yes, then some of these questions may not really be that relevant to discuss tonight. So I would put that out as sort of a primary question of, do you want me to go through these, which I can, and you can discuss them individually. I mean, talking about retail leakage, do we want to address that? Do we want to address office space? Because we have policies and actions for both of those. And then the third one was about addressing other sectors. So I'm going to kind of ask that question just given the timing of where we're at. And we do have another option that if we want to punt the conservation and open space element discussion to our next meeting next week and pair it up with the EIR, we could. Or we could push through and try and see what we can. I only had two questions for the last element, but I'm just trying to figure out how to frame this so that you can feel like you have been able to discuss what you want to discuss.
Well, I think it probably makes sense. I mean, Councilmember Pallavi weighed in on some more specificity. I certainly agreed with that. So maybe we can just kind of go around and see if there's general support for that before we kind of move in, recognizing that some of these may shift a little bit. So let me start over on this side. Commissioner Freeman.
So what's the question? Do you want to go through each one of these items individually?
No, do you, no, stepping back from the items broadly, do you want to see more specificity within this element? Like, do you feel like it meets the needs of our community? Do you feel like it needs to be more specific in order to actually accomplish specific goals that we're talking about within it?
I mean, I suppose more specificity would be great. Again, I don't know how much staff time we want to spend diving into the weeds here. Like just the retail leakage, the one there that's on the screen. I don't know how significant that really is for us. That's always going to be there. And like I believe Alexis brought up that, you know, there are services in Reno that we are never going to compete with, and I think that's fine. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that's a great place for us to start. So Commissioner Riley, would you like to weigh in kind of on that broad one? And if it helps you to kind of think about it in the context of this one too, we can certainly do that.
I think that I want to reflect on public comment, those who spoke at the podium. I think it was really relevant. I think it's echoing themes that many of us have been talking about since the beginning of this process over 4 years ago. Many of us have raised the concerns about why on earth would we want to increase the job-creating uses that were deemed by BAE as not necessary when we have this huge glut of housing for the workforce. So it's kind of like, why would we knowingly make a bad situation worse? To kind of echo J.D. Haas. That's where I want to focus attention on, the retail leakage. I agree with all the commenters. I'm in Reno all the time. I'm going to continue to go there. So are many of the people in Truckee. I know people don't even go downtown because they don't feel like it caters to them. They might go, you know, to West Gateway for things. So I definitely am supportive of reassessing this with a lens for what really is on the community's mind and important to the community, where our time is best invested, how do we address that, And to echo what Alexis said, and I had written this note too, which was funny, is being realistic about everything with regards to the economic diversification and development and who we're catering to and what we want to see come out of this.
Great comments. Commissioner Tarnay?
This is so big. I want to address one thing. And again, these are hard questions and trade-offs, but everybody keeps saying, when is enough enough? Why are we growing? But then we also get comments from the public that when I first moved here, I felt like I died and went to heaven. And that's a literal quote. And I feel like just because I'm here, that doesn't mean I pull up the ladder and I don't let anybody else in. Because when I moved here, I felt like I died and went to heaven. And I don't feel like I get to keep that privilege just to me. I'll move on from there. I do want to say that I disagreed with some of the base assertions of this as well. The sentence on page 4, many of the jobs in Truckee, including those associated with recreation, retail, and service employment sectors, do not pay wages at levels commensurate with local housing costs. Neither does our school district. And I don't think it's the fault of the employers. Our housing costs are crazy. But I actually say the service sector, servers in good restaurants right now are making tips. They're making closer wages to a livable wage than anybody else. I feel weird with some of the assertions in here that we need these high-paying jobs because the ones we have don't pay. Well, some of our service industry does pay well. So I don't know how you get this more specific. What are we looking for specifically? Like, I would like to know what type of industries are we trying to attract. I do see that we could use J.D. Haas talking about our Tahoe Forest Health District. We can't afford to go there. My husband is diabetic and we have to go for his regular blood work down to Reno because they charge 4 times as much here. I would like to have labs in town that aren't affiliated with them so that we can get labs that don't cost as much. But other than medical labs, I'm at a loss. I got nothing. I don't know what we're trying to attract here. If you can give us more specificity on that, that's great. Do we address, I've already commented years ago, last time I ran for town council on retail leakage, that we're never gonna beat Reno at Reno's game, so I'm not worried about that.
Thank you. Chair Gove.
I echo Commissioner Riley's sentiment, excuse me. And propose maybe we call it retail outflow. We'll pivot. That's all.
That's all? Okay. Let me move down to this end. Councilmember Pauley.
So, I think a couple of things. To echo what Commissioner Tarnay said, I think there's 2 of us in this room who are responsible for a payroll. Do you have payroll? I don't know. Not anymore. So there's 2 of us who are responsible for a payroll, and I think, speaking from experience, it's almost like an affront. This whole chapter reads as like, you're not good enough, we need to do better, is sort of how I read it as an employer in this town, in the retail sector, who has a payroll that is quite comfortable and has employees that can afford to live here and do things like that. So it's really hard to be comfortable with the way that this chapter is written when it feels like we're saying tourism bad, service bad, everything else better, let's move over there, but we don't really know what over there is. That's basically how I read it. So and then most of the answers that we got were, we're hiring an economic development manager. Cool. So maybe we either pull this completely from the general plan, would be one suggestion. Because what I really don't want to do is go back, rewrite an entire chapter, circulate it, have to do this all over again, and hold up our general plan adoption for the sake of one chapter that I have a lot of problems with, and I can't speak for the rest of you. With that being said, another option might simply be reduce a lot of these things, because a lot of what we're asking here, reduction in sales tax leakage, I mean, these are done by big data firms. Like, I'm doing it in my industry right now. You want this information, you need the data to get there, you need to hook up point of sale systems. There's ways to do this. We're not going to get this from a state sales tax website tomorrow, the next day, or in 5 years. So to me, this is sort of absurd. And we might want to say, when we have a new economic development program manager, we pursue an economic development visioning process that actually outlines in more specificity what we're trying to accomplish. Because to me, this feels like exactly what you admitted. Yeah, we copied a few things from the 2025, we threw a few things out, and we put it all together for you, here you go. And that's kind of how it feels. And it feels like it's a disservice to this much grander document to have these types of conflicts directly in the language.
And I don't want to discount the work that
I'm not discounting any work.
Because, I mean, it did take quite a bit of time for them to think through some of this.
Yeah.
I think it's helpful that.
And that's why I don't want to, start fresh. Like, I'm not sure that's the best method either, because I don't think we have the answers to so many of the questions that have been brought up in this chapter. We need more research. We need an economic development program manager, and we need to figure out who's doing what. And that was the other crux of my questions was, we're going to throw all this on the assistant to the town manager. That was the other answer, or that was under the policy, right? And that department is hiring one person. I don't see the realisticness. So I'm not in any way saying staff has done a bad job. I'm saying, unfortunately, it took today, whatever the heck this is in this process, for people like me to read it. And I apologize for that. And that's my own responsibility.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie, weigh in.
I thought the element was overbroad, and I thought what saved it is 1B, which calls for the development of an economic strategic plan by 2025. The element recognizes that it's general, that it can't provide the specificity we would like to see. So it says we need to develop an economic strategic plan. So I'm ready to go with that. I'm ready to go with this element. I don't see this element as a slap in any business's face. What I do see is a recognition that we still want to try to diversify our economy. I'm going to go back to Tahoe Prosperity Center again. They pointed out COVID, wildfire smoke, and wildfires can destroy their economy. The same thing can happen here. They are looking to diversify. And I think we need to do that too. So that answers someone's question, why is it we're increasing commercial space, increasing intensity for commercial and industrial? It's to diversify our economy. But it does open the question, so is that what we want to do, or do we want to stay primarily as a resort community? Is that how we want to be known? You'll hear it over and over again, tourism is our economy. And so I'm the one that says, I want some alternative. I want a little protection here. I want to diversify. I realize, okay, that puts us at risk of an increased full-time population, right? That's the growth problem. I don't think it's the density in housing that creates growth. It's the jobs that attract people, even here where we have a beautiful outdoors. So I recognize that's an issue. is for the whole council to decide which way it wants to go. Put our eggs in the resort basket, forget about increasing commercial or industrial. So along with this, we do need housing for the workforce, whether we increase the jobs here or we hold our own. We need to reverse this increase in part-time residents. We need to increase our full-time residents, so we need to do the housing, the workforce housing, to supply our existing employers. Overall, what do we want to get out of this economic development plan, and it provides for it? It's diversification, it's supporting our local businesses, and it's getting industry off of West River. And I think we accomplished that through a strategic plan. I want to just address sustainable tourism. We were asking what that is. I think we need to work with Visit Truckee, Tahoe, because so far it looks to me they are headed in the right direction. What I'm not hearing real strongly from them is what is our carrying capacity. Because what they're talking about is minimizing the impact. We can't eliminate the impact of each additional tourist. And, you know, I don't want to have it down to where I can go up Mount Lola on Wednesday mornings because there's so many other people up there the rest of the week. So I don't know where the carrying capacity ends up. But I do like the concept of sustainable tourism. I think we should work with Visit Truckee, Tahoe on that to try and preserve our natural environment. So,
And I would only add, I support almost everything that Councilmember Zabriskie said in a much condensed, directive way. I think you nailed actually by pulling out those policies. Those are the 3 or 4 policies, right? I think the rest of it is where you start to get all muddy, to be quite honest and clear.
90%, do you think? You support me 80%?
I support you.
80%.
We're not going to put a carrying capacity number on it.
You guys aren't going to hug.
No, we're not hugging. No way.
Okay, Councilmember Glowstead.
Well, I too agree with the majority of what Councilmember Zabriskie said, but I see this as actually a very important element because it really needs to respond to our land use element. We have undeveloped land. We have developed land that is going to be redeveloped. And we want a steering wheel to help us drive those developments towards things that are going to diversify our economy and help us achieve that sustainable tourism, figure out our loading capacities. So I think this is actually a very critical element. It is a little bit of cart before the horse, like we do need that economic development strategist in order to really do this well, but I don't think we would be successful without it. So I do still see it as a critical element, understanding that maybe we do need to condense it some and then allow ourselves the opportunity to amend it when we develop the economic strategic plan.
Vice Mayor Romero.
Yeah, I definitely had read some of the same inconsistencies that Councilmember Pallavi pointed out in your first question that really threw me off because the second sentence is tourism and industrial and then exactly what you said. So I do feel like there needs to be, some more work put into what exactly are we saying and what is the purpose and what really is the backbone of our town or our economy. I was thinking also similar to Councilmember Zabriskie in diversification rather than we need more high-wage jobs versus low-wage jobs. And, that gets around Councilmember Pallavi's concerns too, rather than making it more of a this or that. It's let's just make sure we've got a bunch of different things that will help. Yeah, broad spectrum that'll help our economy. And then also, not just that I'm agreeing with everybody, but Councilmember Klofstad's just condensing. I think it is important to include an element around economic development, because that is really important. So condensing, maybe making more specifics to some of it, with the acknowledgement that once we have this new economic person, we might amend it after the strategic plan or whatnot. So yeah, make it shorter, include some of the real key things, changing up some of the language to better say diversity, sort of, rather than this or that. That would be my recommendation.
And I think that's a great recommendation, to agree with you. I do think that we do need to be thinking about how we're diversifying our economy. We are largely tourism-based, and the reality is, as we are more impacted by climate change during the summer, smoke impacted, and that can impact our tourism. And then during the winter months, I think the unfortunate reality right now is that snowpack in our region is very likely to be eradicated below 6,000 feet by year 2100. Snow water equivalent is going to reduce by 60% across the majority of our mountain region. Sierra Business Council has some beautiful maps that are very disheartening that shows all of this. So we need to think about how we're diversifying. So I definitely support including more of that type of language within the element. I do think it's an important element to include. I don't want to see it sort of lost entirely. And I think there are really good nuggets within here as well. So, things like local small business programs and partnering with SBC, finding, small business financial assistance and developing programs around that. I think those are all good pieces that are within this, and I don't want to lose sight of all of the good parts, recognizing that yes, there's some contradictory language in here and some places where diversification is kind of broad, but we also there's some places where we need some more specificity as well.
Can I just add one more comment, Mayor?
Yes, of course.
I just want to be clear that I don't see this element as driving expansion, or at least I want to be clear, at least this is my perspective. I don't see the function of this element is to drive expansion of our economy. I see this element as driving what is going to happen with our existing land as it's being developed or redeveloped. So I just want to be clear on that. Mm-hmm. I'm not looking to double our office space. I'm not looking at any of those specific things unless it makes sense to be able to steer those specific developments where it's going to diversify and support our existing economy.
I want to agree. I may have sounded like I really wanted to increase commercial and industrial, not necessarily so. I would like to diversify. If I can minimize the amount of space we use up doing it, fantastic.
Yeah, I will say I third that.
And maybe that's part of that guiding principle in the beginning. Maybe we modify that to reflect some of the comments that are being made here tonight.
Excellent. Yeah.
Commissioner Riley. Yeah.
Are we able to weigh in?
Yes.
So I appreciate it's just interesting to me, the dialogue. And I think what I'm coming back to, especially with Councilmember Klofstad, and I think Councilmember Zabriskie weighed in to an agreement. You both are saying you don't want to increase commercial or retail or industrial uses that aren't serving to enhance or diversify our economy. And yet you all voted in support of this preferred land use alternative that increased the baseline, our current general plan, to a degree above what even our paid consultant had recommended. So I have a hard time wrapping my head around this because I don't see how we have any control over that. In the same way that we have very little control over what's developed and what's not, at some point I would like us to look at the hospital master plan, specifically Donner Pass Road, because I looked at the graphic about a month ago and recognized that they basically occupy everything from Gateway East to to the Villager. So in my mind, we have very little control over the uses and whether that would be housing and what that's going to be. I see it being related to healthcare and the hospital's needs, not necessarily in line with what we're talking about as a community with our general plan. So that's what I'm struggling with. I'm having a hard time with these conversations because the directive, the decision, the most impact that would be created in this general plan update process was the land use alternative decision-making to increase uses, change zoning, increase density, all that. And so how do we reconcile that with the conversation right now of not wanting to support increased growth and development in these sectors that doesn't satisfy, the diversification of our economy? I'm happy to hear the thoughts, because that's what I'm struggling with. That's what I struggle with when I'm reviewing all these documents is that level of conversation.
That was not a final decision, and we base it on the information we had in front of us. What I would really like to see is the information showing us exactly where we ought to be and why.
So you're open to revising those decisions in light of the knowledge that covering a swath of area with a zoning intent, a development capacity, which has very little ability to be influenced other than kind of our incentives that we'd like to ideally have in place with regards to maybe, locals housing, workforce housing, et cetera.
I'm open to more evidence.
Okay, so you don't feel set in that decision? Because I felt that decision was so set in stone and has now informed everything that I'm reading in every element, the policies, the goals, the actions, everything for me is colored by that land use alternative decision.
Did you notice how little we received in the way of public comments? We heard from MAP, we heard from Rolf, we had a couple comments from Susie Tarnay. I'm not seeing, for this meeting tonight. See, I haven't seen stuff yet for me to change my mind, but I'm willing to change it if the evidence comes in.
I would say the public comment leading up to that process, general plan, the advisory committee, the workshops, the surveys, the input prior, the input that the planning commission gave, the input provided at the planning commission hearing when we made a recommendation, all informed this because it spoke of unchecked growth, it spoke of increasing jobs without enough housing. Today we have a housing glut. Why do we want to make that worse?
We have a housing deficit.
Is glut too much?
Yes.
Okay, the opposite of glut. Like, is it a glutton, the opposite of being a glutton? So that's where I don't look at this. I mean, I love that we had people come and there were more people than we've had in a long time. I'm reflecting on all the public input that we've had to date that informs all this, and I have to say, it's summertime, people are out of town. And I think people are really disheartened by this whole process. I don't think they feel like they've been heard. I think that decisions that have been made have let them feel like maybe their voice wasn't important. That's my take.
Commissioner Riley, I would like to just add that no final decision has been made. So I think that's the perspective I'm taking is we had a discussion, staff put together information based on that, but all of these conversations we're having is going to inform the final decision. So, I don't want people to feel like, otherwise, why would we be having all these continued discussions if decisions were final? So I would just say, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I really appreciate that because I didn't know that. My sense is that was a decision that then informs all of this.
Well, the
and that's
EIRs.
how we base the impacts on those land use alternatives.
So I think we're hearing some really good concerns tonight about this, and I think that that's really, really helpful, Danielle. I also think we do need to get back to this element, and because Danielle, you still have a lot of questions that I don't know if we fully want to get into at this point.
I don't think we need to. I think that...
Wait, let me just say one last thing. Sorry. I just want to say the elements are coming back in September. So that's
a couple weeks away. It's not actually that far off, right? So this is just continuing the conversation to continue to inform these iterations on all of the elements. So they're coming back in September, and then we still have several months for continued iterations, edits, however you want to call it, before we actually move toward an adoption.
Yes, other than if there's wholesale changes to the land use diagram, then we're going to have some challenges with consistency with the EIR. Yeah. So.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I get that. We probably can't grow more. If I wanted double density, that's going to be hard to do with our EIR.
But we could scale back, yeah.
So you feel comfortable, we don't need to necessarily go into these additional comments because we kind of all pulled back to a much higher level conversation, which I think was very beneficial.
Yeah, I think that we'll use that as a lens to go through these questions ourselves. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. With that, Jen, did you want to say something?
Well, so it's 9:05. Your planning commission has 2 items to hear. I think we should be respectful of their time, but we also may have members of the public interested in providing public comment and open space.
I think that's correct.
So maybe we should, if you're okay with it, open up public comment and open space, give those people a chance to provide public comment that are here, and then couple open space with the EIR and see how far we get next week.
I think that makes sense. Do you want to, just because we're kind of flipping order a little, just put up the sort of areas or topics of discussion though for open space, because we said we would always do that before public comment to provide that context?
Yeah, I mean,
would they be able to comment? They can come back next time and comment too. But
I mean, absolutely.
Set through another meeting, maybe not. Maybe they don't want to.
Yeah, so I had 2 questions that I was going to pose. One was about what should the town's role be in converting neighborhoods currently on septic to sewer, because that relates to our housing priorities. And then the second one, and we don't address that explicitly in the general plan. And then the second one is, does the draft plan provide the right balance of preservation goals for the Truckee River and Donner Lake, with also providing equitable access to recreation opportunities? And we talked a little bit about it with sustainable tourism, but this is a more broad discussion because those are the 2 primary points of focus that we always talk about when we talk about open space and sort of our character.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we are going to move into opening public comment right away on this particular element. So if you would like to make a public comment, you can step right up to the podium whenever you're ready.
It's a little lonely up here tonight. Sophia Heydrich, Mountain Area Preservation, thanks again. I think this is one of my favorite elements. I really love conservation open space, so this is exciting to read. One of the things that I loved about the entire general plan, Truckee 2040, was sort of this emphasis on protection and preservation of open space. I think that has been mentioned and kind of highlighted in every single element, kind of all throughout the plan, as like how important that really is to the community. And so when I got to this element, I was really hoping to see some more concrete actions about kind of how we're going to do that. There's sort of a lot of talk about it, but the implementation, I think, was a little bit lacking. There is some language about encouraging a transfer development rights program, a TDR program, or exploring the feasibility of a TDR program. I think that we're kind of past that phase. We should be creating and implementing and enforcing a TDR program, not encouraging someone to think about it somewhere down the line. And I also think, not to kind of keep harping on the density conversation, but the whole point of a TDR program is that you focus on the areas you wanted to protect and you give more density somewhere else. I think with so much density on the table already in this plan, I don't know where else we could actually give more density to make that an incentive that's worthwhile for folks. I think that the first step in creating a successful TDR program is identifying what it is that we want to protect. So actually going out and mapping those resources, getting the data. I know the data is out there, but where are the wetlands? Where are the sensitive habitat areas? Where are the migratory corridors, the nesting sites, whatever it is? Where are the areas with high cultural resource values or recreational resource values? What do we want to protect? Let's identify that first. And then the second step is saying, okay, we know what we want to protect. Now, where are we going to send that density? And I think that there are some places in this plan that we've identified a potential for an increase of density. But again, I think that there's so much on the table already as it is. This kind of gives away so much of that density. I don't think as a developer or as a property owner that I could possibly be incentivized to have any more than what's already here. So I guess I just like to encourage you all to think about the how. What do we want to protect? What is the open space we want to protect? And how are we going to protect it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? No, I'm Richard Anderson, publisher, California Fly Fisher Magazine, representing 7 groups, including my magazine, California Fly Fisher, representing Mountain Area Preservation, SOS Glenshire, California Trout Unlimited, Tahoe Truckee Fly Fishers, and Truckee River Watershed Council. And apologies, I learned back when I was on the dais that about 4 hours was about all I could take before I hit policy coma, and I think I'm there. So I may miss things I want to say. You've all received my email, oh, by the way, thank you for your service. Thank you for your time. I've been very impressed with the conversations I've been hearing so far. Thanks to staff also for their ability to sustain attention across the course of a long evening. So we have the intimations of a problem, and the problem is this. Truckee relies almost entirely upon groundwater for its domestic water supply. And over time, Truckee will continue growing. What does this mean with regard to what are called groundwater-dependent ecosystems? In essence, wetlands, marshes, surface waters. There is a problem that is brewing, and we need to start paying attention to it. And at this point in time, we don't know if there's a problem or not, just because we lack the. In my opinion, we lack good knowledge with regard to where wells should be placed with respect to the location of important groundwater-dependent ecosystems. I'll use GDEs as the acronym of choice. That's what's being used in the among the professionals. And this will be a little scattered because I am beat. But an important issue is that currently actually back when I was on town council, and we reviewed development projects, the issue at that point in time was simply having a sustainable supply of water that could support development over time. And that is still the definition being used by the water purveyors, specifically the Truckee Donner Public Utility District and the North Star Community Services District. It's all about sustainability, not overly depleting the aquifer. The problem, though, the issue, though, is that pumping primarily occurs during the dry months of the year, summer and autumn, and that pumping can lead to declines in the water table. I'm over already. I can't believe it. How time flies. Anyway, the bottom line is that no one's watching out for a definition of sustainability which is being promoted by the state, which is that if pumping harms GDEs, then it's not sustainable. And the PUD doesn't have that on their radar, and they won't because the state law doesn't pertain to us because our basin is low priority. Anyway, what I'll do is I'll probably send you an email which goes into this more coherently, but that's another the problem. And again, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make public comment?
Still here, so why not? Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you, Richard, for representing all 7 organizations. I just want to reiterate how important our groundwater is and how important our wetlands and our all of the different watershed features, right? And so much like Sophia spoke for MAP earlier, this element should have a very comprehensive map to quantify our natural resources and quantify our watershed features and quantify protected open space or areas that we're looking to preserve, because without that data, what is this element about? And again, you go through 300, 600 survey responses. You go through what people said at open houses, what people said on GPAC, what people said on Zooms. Protecting open space and enhancing our natural resources is by far one of the community members who have participated largest priorities. So when the letter was sent earlier in 2022 addressing policies for groundwater and what we need to add to this element, that was exactly what community members and organizations want to see. We want to see strength added to this element to say we prioritize our open space, we prioritize our wetlands, we prioritize our river, right? This was all here before the built environment. So what are we doing to protect those assets and resources and making sure that we've quantified them so that we can look back at this general plan and say, okay, we have addressed these natural resources, we have addressed policies, goals, and actions to protect them, or at least create a plan to protect them. The transfer of development rights, I mean, I know we've all heard of Upper McIver, but Upper McIver is not the site for 100 units. So where are we going to transfer that density? That is an exact character area and resource area that was zoned in the first map for Truckee. Resource conservation for a reason, because it has steep slopes, dense tree stands, and wetland. A wetland that's been restored. And so again, if that's not the suitable site for high density development of 100 homes, then what are we going to do to make sure that we're not making a bad land use decision and then creating more unintended consequences through bad planning? So this is an important element, and I believe policies, our organizations, as well as the organizations Richard was representing, we need more policies added, and we also need actions to enforce those policies to protect our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any final public comments? Seeing none, we will close public comment. And we are going to delay our clarifying questions and our discussion of this element to next week. And are we going to plan to start by continuing this and then move into the EIR discussion?
I would say yes, except you also probably want to allow for some time to kind of close out the discussion that you've had tonight. Because usually you kind of go around and talk about if there's anything else that you want to raise. So I would add in a little bit of time for that too.
Okay, that sounds good. So with that, we are going to remove ourselves and let you get on with your commission agenda items. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, coming back at 9:22.
Oh, the chargers.
See you.
Back to order and move into items 7, approval of minutes. Item number 7.1, approval of minutes for the March 15, 2022 draft Planning Commission minutes. Chair Gove and Tarnay were absent from the meeting, so.
So you shouldn't weigh in.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not going to make a motion.
Was I there?
It doesn't say you weren't.
I'll make a
Considering
motion
I wasn't,
to
I couldn't
approve
tell
those
you.
minutes.
Do I hear a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Oh, so only Freeman?
No, we all vote.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you do? No.
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
I thought you don't vote on minutes
You
that
abstain,
of meetings.
but you have to, she has to go to the record, so she does a roll call vote.
Chair Gove?
Abstain.
Vice Chair Tarnay?
Abstain as well.
Commissioner Riley?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 7.2, approval minutes for the April 19th, 2022 draft Planning Commission minutes, our meeting. Looks like Riley and I were missing from that one.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
I guess I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Chair Gove?
Abstain.
Vice Chair Tarnay?
Yes.
Commissioner Riley?
Abstain.
Commissioner Freeman?
Yes.
Okay, item 7.3, minutes for the May 17th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. Commissioner Freeman was absent from that one. I'll move to approve. Do I hear a second?
Oh. Yes.
Chair Gove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tarnay?
Yes.
Commissioner Riley?
I actually had a change that I wanted to make in what was written that I said, which didn't make sense.
So we've already moved into voting for this, so are you voting to not approve it then?
Yeah, because I want to make a change to what was written down from what I said down at deliberation.
So it's a no vote?
Well, I'd like to change the minutes to reflect what was said, and I hadn't scrolled down far enough to find my comment.
Danielle, can we do this? How do we change this?
You can vote no, and then you can do a new motion.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to vote no, because I want to change the minutes.
Unfortunately, though, does that mean that it passes because it already has 2 yes votes? Is why I'm asking you, Danielle.
It would pass, yes.
Motion passes.
There's no way to fix this? Can she just say it on the record now or something?
Sure, we can include it in these minutes.
Great, okay. So what was quoted, and I may have said this, but it sounds weird. This was with regards, I think, to the golf course netting, right, the fence. I said, I empathize, I understand the whole legality piece, but I cannot make the findings. The approval of this request would outweigh the negative impacts. No, I think it would increase the negative impacts. It wouldn't outweigh. It wasn't a either or. So I felt that read odd. So I thought it would create more negative impacts.
Motion carries. Item 7.4, approval of minutes for the June 21st, 2022 Planning Commission meeting where Commissioners Freeman and Riley were absent. I will move to approve these minutes. Do I hear a second?
I will second.
Chair Gove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tarnay?
Yes.
Commissioner Riley?
Abstain.
Commissioner Freeman?
Abstain.
Okay, motion passes. Moving on to item 8.1, we have an application 2022-64 for the Donner Lake 6 time extension. Do I hear any any commissioner recusals or disclosures?
I was on the Martis Fund, and I supported and probably was an advocate or brought to the table a funding request from the Martis Fund for this project. I don't know if that matters. I'm just going on the record. I also was on the Planning Commission when this was reviewed and approved. But I have been a financial or encourager of financial backing by private entities for this project, just for full
transparency.
No,
Yep, okay. All right, so we'll move into the staff presentation, which will be Luke. Take it away, Luke.
All right, thanks everybody for sticking with us. Our applicant is here tonight. She sat through the whole general plan deliberation, so that was great. I just want to say good evening. My name is Lucas Cannell, and I'm an assistant planner here with the town, and I'm here to present the Donner Lake 6 time extension for your consideration tonight. The project site is located on the south side of Donner Lake Road, north of Donner Pines West condominiums at 10199 Donner Lake Road. The property is zoned multifamily residential, 15 dwelling units per acre on a 0.49 acre site. The project was approved for 6 residential units, 3 299 square foot studios, and 3 368 square foot 1-bedroom units with their own fully enclosed garage and 6 additional surface parking areas. Donner Lake 6 was approved as a planned development which allowed for a reduction in the front, side, and rear setbacks, as well as reduction in the required private outdoor space. These deviations from town development standards were permitted by achieving leadership in energy environmental design, silver designation, or LEED designation, which is an energy efficiency certification that goes above and beyond standard energy efficiency requirements. Due to site constraints, the project required retaining walls and the structures to encroach into the setbacks to accommodate the project's layout. In lieu of the standard inclusionary housing requirements, the Donner Lake 6 project was approved with an alternative equivalent. At the discretion of the review authority, an alternative equivalent may replace the inclusionary housing requirements if they are determined to provide an equal or greater housing benefit to the community. In this instance, the alternative equivalent included requiring full-time residency of the units. Tenants are required to work within the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District, a minimum of a 6-month lease, prohibition of short-term rentals, and include annual monitoring for compliance. The applicants have provided a unique design for the project where each unit is essentially a standalone unit with a shared roof. Each unit has its own staircase, garage, and deck, and the applicant felt that the lack of a shared wall is a desirable aspect for those that live within the Truckee area. The materials proposed are primarily wood siding and corrugated metal. The project approval included a zoning clearance which allowed for multifamily projects with 10 units or fewer as long as the square footage of all structures remains under 7,500 square feet and site disturbance remains under 26,000 square feet. A planned development that allowed for deviations in development code standards which allowed the project to encroach into the front, rear, and side setbacks while also reducing the private exterior space requirements. And a use permit for hillside development on slopes that exceed 20%. Only one public comment was received prior to tonight's meeting. A neighbor expressed concern over the density of the project, Donner Lake Road being blocked by equipment during construction, snow removal being difficult due to the driveway and parking areas being in the rear of the building, constructive being disruptive to neighboring properties, construction equipment being parked in adjacent private driveways, and the need for more water infrastructure in the neighborhood, which they believe should be supplied by the developer. Staff believes that all these concerns are addressed in the 2020 staff report. The actions that the Planning Commission may take for the requested time extension are the following. Approve the time extension and continue the public hearing to a date and time, continue the public hearing to a date and time certain, which would allow the Commission to request additional information from the applicant or staff. Find the CEQA exemption not suitable, which would require the preparation of an initial study. Approve the time extension and modify conditions. The Commission may modify the conditions of approval for the project if necessary to make the required findings, or deny the time extension if the Commission does not believe the required findings can be made. Since the Planning Commission approved the original project on May 19, 2020, the applicant has made a good faith effort by applying for building permits and states that they have been working in collaboration with the Martis Fund and the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation to ensure the development of the site adheres to the terms of their grant funding and long-term commitment to increasing the available workforce housing stock in the region. The general plan, while in the midst of an update, has not changed since the original approval, and the development code has changed to require long-term and short-term bike parking, but these requirements are already satisfied by the original project by providing enclosed garages for long-term bicycle parking and a bike rack near the guest parking for the short-term bicycle parking. During the original project, staff completed an initial study checklist, and due to the infill location, the previously disturbed nature of the project site, and the size of the project was determined to have no environmental impact. Additionally, staff determined the time exempt from CEQA review due to having no environmental impact. Staff recommendations include adopting Resolution 2022-13, which would approve the 2-year time extension with revised conditions of approval, and determine the project is categorically exempt from CEQA review pursuant to Section 15061B3, which means it has no environmental impact. The appeal period for this project will be 10 days from the date of this hearing if approved, allowing for an appeal to be filed until August 26, 2022 at 5 p.m. Any questions?
Well, let's go ahead and give the applicant a opportunity to present, and then we can get clarifying questions going after that.
Perfect.
Yeah, actually, just to clarify, can I just?
Just go ahead and step up to the podium and then turn on the microphone so it's into the record, and then people at home can hear it, and let us know who you are.
Yeah, good evening. And actually, just to clarify, our names are very similar. I am not the applicant. I am Sashay Cantu. I work for the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. I do provide support to Sasha's LLC, which includes Blair and Sasha herself. Again, just the names very closely kind of tethered, but just want to make sure we're on the record for that. And in addition to partnership with the Martis Fund, as well as in close partnership and dialogue with the town, have been working to steward this project through to completion over the past 2 years. So really recognizing the value of technical assistance and collaboration to be able to bring this project to the forefront. So just wanted to express enthusiasm and support on behalf of the collaborative team, and also just here to represent all team members this night.
Great, thank you very much. And don't go too far, because I think we'll probably have some questions for you.
Sure.
Okay, so let's move into clarifying questions for staff. Vice Chair Tarnay, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Commissioner Riley?
No.
Commissioner Freeman?
Just a quick question on the dates. The 2-year time extension, when is that from to?
It would be from June 1st, 2022, so it would be till 2024.
That's it.
Okay. Clarifying questions for the applicant. Vice Chair Tarnay? Commissioner Riley?
None.
Commissioner Freeman?
None.
I've got some. So this project is currently for sale, yeah?
It is currently listed, yes.
Yeah, okay. What has been the main impediment to keep this thing from moving forward since it's been approved 2 years ago?
So I would say varying factors, but I think also recognizing at the initial onset, and full disclosure, I was not part of staff at the time the project came to fruition for the first round of planning commission. But recognizing there were some setbacks, which we've discussed with the town in terms of pandemic-related kind of timing from the initial schedule date, which I know was pushed back. But I also want to recognize that these are challenges that are not unique to this project itself, particularly when it comes to being able to raise additional funding to cover increased costs that are really relevant to price increases with construction and excavation in particular. As a funder, I think recognizing what we can do to have constructive conversations around cost reduction strategies, but also recognizing we're working in a market and environment where we have private developers that have come, they're also, small business owners in the community, have brought their own real estate, and really, proposed a program and project that would have social impact. These are private citizens trying to create something that also has a social impact and public good, and really being their partner, I think, to your specific question around what a challenge is, and its increasing costs of at least $500,000 between when the original pro forma was built up for this project to where we are at right now, and figuring out how to cover costs for the development overall.
And so what would you say is the property owner's goal at this point, to liquidate or actually go vertical?
No, sir. We've really been, I think we're all in on this. We're trying to figure out how to make it happen collaboratively.
Okay, that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve
Well, to make the time extension, let's see, to approve, where's the language?
Luke, can you pull that language up for us, please?
Thank you. To adopt resolution 2022-13 and approve the 2-year time extension with the revised conditions of approval and determine the project categorically exempt from CEQA.
Oh, second.
Roll call vote, please.
Chair Gove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tarnay?
Yes.
Commissioner Riley?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes, and, well, I guess the appeal period would be August 26, 2022 at 5 p.m. if somebody were to want to appeal against that decision. And thank you very much for your patience tonight, and good luck with your project.
Thank you for your time and for your support.
All right, so moving to agenda item 9.1 is for the request to continue application 2021-97 DPPD AMD up ZC Soaring Ranch Phase 3. That's a fun one. Do we have any commissioner recusals or disclosures?
None here.
None. I'm
No.
not seeing any. Okay. We probably should have done public comment on that last one, though, huh? Did you want to say anything, Alexis? All right.
I was going to be supportive.
We'll note that in the minutes.
Please get it right.
All right. Is there any staff input on this item?
I just wanted to let you know that the item was agendized for tonight, and then the developer asked to postpone for a month, so we're recommending that we continue to the September hearing.
All right. I'm going to open public comment on this one. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Can I get a motion to continue this meeting to September 20th at 5 p.m.?
I will move that we continue this item until September, what he said.
I'll second.
Chair Gove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tarnay?
Yes.
Commissioner Riley?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman?
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay. And do we have, well, before we go into commission member reports, do we have anything from staff? Do we have anything else that we're going to be looking at in September?
Other than Soaring Ranch?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay.
But have a few things that are tentative at this point for September and October.
Okay, great.
We'll be keeping you busy for the next several meetings.
And we have a joint meeting.
Next week.
Right, we'll see you next Tuesday to talk conservation and open space and the draft environmental impact report.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, commission member reports. Vice Chair Tarnay, would you like to lead us off?
I didn't write anything down, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. What have you been up to, Susie?
But, well, I'm going to tell you that tomorrow I take my CHP test to be a fully licensed school bus driver, so
good luck.
Wish me luck.
Very good, excellent. That's all. Commissioner Riley.
I don't have anything to report other than huge support and admiration for the community in the search for Kylie Rodney and the love and compassion that's been demonstrated. I think that's really what community character represents, and I hope she comes home soon.
I'll second that. Commissioner Freeman?
Nothing to report.
All right, well, if it's okay with everybody, I'd like to adjourn to the next meeting of the Joint Council and Planning Commission, which will be August 23rd, 1 week from today, right here in Town Hall, 5 p.m. See you next Tuesday.